25, starting right on time. A few people already waiting in the chat. And I'm going to assume we're up and running. This is it, Election Day. This is the big event. This is where we're going to get all of our answers. And nice to see a few people already here, some regulars. Sure we'll have a nice time here. Bernie Sanders, NLC, or NCL, excuse me, official. And there's others probably piling in here for this big event. This is the whole year. It all leads up to this. And the first one coming up is Virginia, about 13, 14 minutes. And, you know, this is where everybody's going to be proven right or wrong. And I'm sure there'll be some surprise in here somewhere, but not necessarily an upset. But all the analysis and all the data, everything leading up to this for pretty much the entire year, we're finally going to figure out what it all means. And we're pretty much all just putting our best guesses out there. But this is the big event, Election Day. This is the fourth Election Day stream that we've done here. 2002, or excuse me, 22, 3, 4, and 5. So that's all 4 of the elections. Midterms, presidential, and now we're back at it here, doing this off-year election. 2 main races, Virginia governor, New Jersey governor. There's also a little bit of action going on in New York City, California, and Pennsylvania. Can't forget about that. Some other action in Maine, but we'll get to that when it happens. As for now, welcome aboard here. It's nice to be back on here doing a live stream. Doesn't happen too often. Did a bunch of the primaries last year. This year, not a ton of action. It's been a few months, and we might not get any surprises. This could just be the conventional wisdom of the Dems having a great night. Trump in the White House, shut down, more motivation coming from the out party. So it could just be Dems totally dominate. It's a possibility. But we'll see what happens. Interesting states here. New Jersey, Virginia. So let's see what we've got here. I'm not going to be able to read every comment, certainly the more that comes in. But hopefully more people pile in. We never know what we're going to get. Sometimes there's not a lot of people, and some streams there's a ton. So good to see some people in here. Excited for the data to pour in. And I've been covering this thing all year. I'm sure you've seen most of the videos leading up to this. After this, it's full steam ahead to the midterms. A lot of people have their predictions, and they've looked at their data, they've crunched their numbers, they've looked at this county or this demographic, or the early ballot returns, the absentees, the polling. Can't forget about the polling. And of course, the markets as well. Got predicted here, if we glance at it, I mean, Virginia is a done deal. That's a flip and a pickup for the Dems, almost certainly. Mamdani is also clearly over 90%, or 90 cents here, unpredicted. The referendum in California looks like it's going to pass. New Jersey is, according to this, very likely going D. And then there's some other interesting things here. Virginia Attorney General, that one has flipped as of pretty much today. Looked like Jay Jones was, he kind of had that scandal that was going to doom his campaign, and maybe not anymore. The Dems could just be coming home. They're already coming out for Spanberger. It's kind of like Sherrod Brown in the Senate in 24. Trump won that state so easily. Was there going to be that many that are going to cross over for Brown? Looks like not. That could be the same kind of dynamic here. They might as well just vote for Jones while they're at it. But who knows? That's going to probably be maybe the most exciting race. Got the 21 Virginia results here. Remember this one? Glenn Youngkin pulling it out by a couple of points out of nowhere. Well, basically out of nowhere. The very final week or two looked like he could do it, but not really too much before that. And who could forget the 21 New Jersey race? Phil Murphy, 3% race. That was wild stuff. Then, of course, that was followed up with the 24 presidential election, where Harris only won the state by about 6%, even just a little bit under that, I think. And then we've got the familiar name here, Jack Ciattarelli. Third run at it. He's been doing this a long time. Is today the day he actually gets over that hump? I think if Harris were in the White House, then he could be the slight favorite, actually. But it's a lot of speculation. We'll see what happens. 7 minutes here from Virginia. Let's see. It is nice to have people in here, I'm sure other people are streaming, and maybe it's your first stream, maybe it's your fifth stream, maybe it's your 10th stream. Um, the Tennessee race. Yeah, I have to double check on the timeline on that one. Let's see. Well, I did put out my final predictions. Um, you got to stick with them. I don't, if I'm just within a couple of points, I can live with that. But if you start to be off by 3, 4, 5 points, yeah, that's a miss. But then again, a lot of times there's nothing you could do about it. I don't know how many people thought Harris would win New Jersey by 6 or less. That came out of nowhere. Definitely surprises last time. I even had Trump winning it, but I still underestimated his support in 24. Uh, well, I just took a look at the markets there. Yeah, the AG race in Virginia, hey, anything could happen. Like I said, if Spanberger is going to win by at least 7 points, it maybe even 10 points, then yeah, I mean, Jones, he could get pulled over the line. If it happens, it happens. Yeah, take a lot of stuff somewhat with a grain of salt. Look at everything individually, and then in totality, you're gonna have to make some kind of a best guess. All right. Hello to those of you joining, coming in after work, after school, the middle of your day, the end of your day, whatever it is. A Miami mayor. Well, you won't. I'll try to get to some of the lesser known races here, but I'm pretty much going to stick to New York Times. They've got most. They've got all the main action here. Decision desk is here for to fill in any gaps. but New York Times it is for now. New York City mayor's coming up an hour later, and not too many question marks there. How high is Mamdani going to get is pretty much the main question. What would have happened if Sliwa dropped out? What would happen if Adams never ran? What if Cuomo didn't run and they got a non-hated Democrat, establishment Democrat in there? Then what would have happened? Well, we're never going to know, but we're going to find out what's going to happen in that one pretty soon. And a super chat already, which is great. That's good to see. So I appreciate that. Um, if Jones wins, you'll be genuinely amazed at Virginia Dems. Yeah, I mean, the scandal is it's notable enough to doom a campaign. I'll say that much. Now, scandals nowadays don't necessarily doom every campaign, depending on what it is and where it is. But that and Jones barely won his primary as it is. If this race were a little bit closer, Spanberger maybe 5 6 points, then it would seem pretty likely that Jones would not win. But now he could pull it out. I don't know how much coverage that scandal got nationally. At one point I heard it was very little picked up by the major outlets nationally. I know in Virginia, of course, it got attention, but probably maybe it didn't get as much exposure as it should have. Okay. But yeah, let's see. Hopefully we get some more super chats today. And I'll try to answer most questions that are on topic. And we've got this poll going here about New Jersey. Looks like it's 50-50 right now. That's nuts. That's not reflecting the markets. A lot of mayoral races happening. Yeah, Minneapolis is another big one. Didn't really cover it. You can't cover everything, but there's action going on there. We'll be glancing at that one to see if Jacob Fry pulls off another term, which it seems like he's probably more likely to than not. Seattle. Yeah. Can't forget about the Pennsylvania Supreme Court retention races. Boston. Yeah, there's a lot of action, and wonder if there'll be any upsets. Usually there's some kind of an upset somewhere. Um, Bill de Blasio, what if he ran? Well, I mean, I think he would not do a whole lot. I think most mayors, of course, not all of them, especially in big cities, they're going to suffer from low approval ratings. Um, it's tough. A lot of mayors, they're going to be in the red, and that's pretty much what it is. So I would not want to be coming in as New York City mayor. It's tough. But maybe Mamdani, he's the breath of fresh air those voters want, shaking up the system. The Dems, I do think, need that. They do need a jolt. Republicans had Trump come in and shake it up. So we'll see if Mamdani, what kind of an impact he has there. So we've got the polls closed now. So we're in it. And we'll compare results to 21. Be looking here at Nova. Now, I don't know how quickly these results are going to come in. It could drag on, but I think we'll have an idea of who's going to win this thing pretty early on. Yeah, I think New Jersey, the race here is going to be, it's going to give us a lot of answers because we were all caught off guard, let's be honest, after 24 by how much it swung to the right. Just barely less than New York. New York State swung just a little bit more, but Jersey was right there. And that was a heavy swing after going 16 or 17 for Biden in 20. It's a massive swing. So we all want to know, is that for real or is that a one-off? I mean, it's not unreasonable to think it's going to revert back a little bit toward its blue partisan lean, which it still always was. But over the next few elections, is that going to become closer to a purple state? Republicans think so. Dems are going to disagree about it. Yeah, I don't know when it would be a swing state. It just I make predictions, but I also am very open on how so much could happen. I don't get locked into too many conclusions. So we're waiting for something to pop up here. And again, it's nice to have everybody here for another stream. It has been a while. It's always good to have the real-time interaction, have some productive conversation, cover politics, etc. And this is four elections, 4 Novembers in a row of doing a stream. So channel is still going, still putting out content every single day. Somehow I've made it work. Yeah, a lot of different states getting mentioned here because yeah, this might be kind of a snooze. I mean, Spanberger could win this thing. I don't know how high could she get at this point. I mean, it could hit. I did the best case scenario video recently, and I did say it could get over 10. How much above that? I think I said 11 to 12 is what she could top out at. And given that the polls have shown she has, if anything, gained support since that video, maybe it gets up 12 to 13. It's a possibility. But I think I had her at about 8 points in my final prediction. Now, yeah, I might move that up to about 9, given the last minute polling drops. A bunch did come out. It's good to see a lot of polls in these states this year. There's Atlas Intel. They had in New Jersey. They had a close one there, and I think people want to see, are they going to continue to be a major player as far as polling goes? Because they were pretty good in 24. Um, 35 people. Let's see. Hopefully the stream stays up and running. I got 29. Wonder if we'll hit triple digits this time, or maybe not. Um, if Jack wins, what's your take if Mikey wins by only, say, 1 point? Um, well, those are two different scenarios. If Jack wins or if Cheryl wins. Yeah, if it's like a 1 point win for Cheryl, I think it, Chitterelli could take that moral kind of a victory where, I'm not big on that, but, if you take a loss, but the margin is better than you expect, then Chitterelli, what, he can't run a fourth time. He's going to have to hang it up, but he'll take the moral victory. And Republicans would probably think it might not be so bad next year if Chitterelli is going to lose by 1 or 2 points. But if he loses by 7 or 8, Dems are going to think, okay, not a big problem here. They're going to be excited still for next year. If Chitterelli won and flipped it, that would be pretty huge. I mean, that would be a massive bombshell. With Trump in the White House during a shutdown in the fairly blue state of Kentucky. Of course, he'd have to contend with a legislature that's not going to be super friendly. But hey, Chris Christie did it. Um, yeah, can Spanberger win by enough to pull over Jones? I'm not going to be stunned. I think I said Miyares, I guess I put him at a 1% win, but that's pure toss up. I think initially, whenever the scandal broke, like 6 weeks ago, whenever that was, my initial reaction was, yeah, it's going to be in toss up territory, but Jones still could have an edge by maybe a couple of points. I didn't know if it was going to have heavy staying power. But looks like it kind of did. Maybe that fizzled over the last week a little bit. But the scandal, when it first broke, I didn't necessarily think it's over for Jones. I thought that before the scandal, I thought it's going to be tough here for Miyares. Okay, so the polls have closed. Sometimes a refresh could do something, but not this time. So here it is, Virginia, the former red state, actually. Wasn't that long ago that this was typical establishment Republican territory. But that's kind of changed now. Um, let's see. Red Eagle Politics only answers questions. You give him money. Well, that could be, I don't know how true that is, but that could be a product of having a ton of viewers. You know, if you have a ton in there, it's going to be tough to pay attention and answer everything. So I don't know what it is. I'm sure the usual channels are up streaming right now, but if you're here, that's great. Bloop Scoops, yeah, good to see you in here. Um, oh, comparing Jay Jones to Mark Robinson, that's something. But yeah, Robinson never recovered. He just kept sinking and sinking and sinking. Um, yeah, scandal is really, it's situational. Depends who, where, and what. Now, did the Jones scandal get enough national attention? I can't really answer that. I heard not exactly. Maybe if it did, that would have been a bigger deal. Um, hopefully we get something coming up here pretty soon. As the clock is counting down here in Jersey. That's at the top of the hour. Pennsylvania is going to be the same thing. And we get an update here on some of the predicted odds, but 99 cents for Spanberger. Jacob Fry is clearly favored in Minneapolis. There's not a lot of suspense here. I mean, look at this. California redistricting referendum, 98 cents. Mamdani, 93. Everything's way up there. Even Jersey's right around 90. But hey, even if something's at 90 cents or 90%, once in a while, one of those is just, it's going to be wrong. Okay. Can Spanberger recover? Oh, here we go. I don't know about Spanberger losing some support there, but I think she has such a heavy duty lead that I don't think it's going to be a huge problem, but we've got a little bit going on here now. Spanberger 67.7 on some random counties as well as Lynchburg. Uh, do I think Republicans would actually terminate the filibuster rule in the Senate? Not really. I don't think so. At least not now. I mean, if sometime in the future it could change, but I don't think during this shutdown, this situation, it seems pretty unlikely. I don't think there'd be enough support there. 10 write-in votes. Yep. uh no progressive channels talked about Jay Jones. Yeah, I remember you did mention that. And that's weird. I mean, I they didn't mention it at all. Did you scour their channels? Did you watch every video? Because that would be bizarre to not even mention it. Like, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, if a candidate you like is under fire, what are you going to do? Not talk about it? What does that mean? I mean, you're there to talk about what's happening, right? You don't have to go on and on about it. You could say, hey, here's this scandal that might hurt your candidate, but not even acknowledging it at all is that is weird. Uh oh yeah, we should probably get these on the same page here. Here we go. Spanberger, Sears, Jones, Miaris, and then Lieutenant Governor. I like how they have the Attorney General above the Lieutenant Governor's race. Seems like you might put the Lieutenant Governor second, but okay, a 10-point gap. It's just way too early. And now that's where the markets are going to get spooked. They're going to see something and they're going to go crazy. Uh, Schwarzenegger. Yeah, he was in the news talking about Prop 50. He's against it. And there was some little bit of talk about the filibuster. Trump wants to scrap it, and I heard Thune was against it, but that was, I think, a couple of weeks ago. I just don't see there being enough support there. I don't think Republicans want to do it because when they're in the minority, they want to be able to say, hey, they didn't do it. It's just somebody is eventually going to get rid of that. It just every time the power shifts back and forth, there becomes more and more energy to want to just get rid of that filibuster. And everybody is also a total hypocrite. Well, not everybody, but many politicians. They want to scrap it when they are in power. They want to keep it there when they're not. It's really, it's such a cliche, really. But okay, so nothing here in Nova that's going to be heavy blue territory. Bland County. I wonder if there's anything exciting that ever happens here. You don't want to judge a county by its name, you know? Let's see, 1%. That's better than less than 1%. And I guess, I don't know if New York Times has any kind of a needle or anything going on like they do for president, but I doubt it. But that would be nice to see. Uh, well, yeah, every state has their own constitutional officers. Uh, yeah, right-leaning channels don't cover. There's probably a bunch they're not going to cover too. Yeah, that does become a problem with channels where they want to overemphasize certain things and completely ignore other things. But I mean, again, no matter how, even if you're extremely biased, just to acknowledge what other people are talking about, that to me seems fine. Go ahead and do it. Then you can also tear it down. You could defend it. You could say, here's what other people are talking about, but here's why they shouldn't care about it. Go ahead and say that. All right, we got some action here. A little bit way up here, right outside DC. Um, Mississippi. If if there is, it's going to be something low time, and that would be accessible on decision desk here. Here's the state senate special election. That's where we're at. Not hearing much about Mississippi today, but we're going to be focused on Virginia here until the top of the hour. Then we're going to go back and forth between here. Or actually, this might be over by then. We're going to be on to New Jersey, a little bit of New York City. And we'll go for a while here. It's usually what we do for a few hours at least, get all the results in. So, hope everybody's having a nice night here, or a nice day if you're happen to be overseas, different country. But this is the big event. This is where we finally get all the answers. Everybody has all their own theories why this is going to happen, why that's not going to happen. Some people are going to be right, some people are going to be wrong, some people are going to be way off. Um, let's see. Okay. All right. 2% in. Right now, it's almost the same here between governor and AG. So, but some of these are different. These are not identical precincts reporting. So, I have to give it a little bit more time. This is exciting, though, right? This just does not happen every day. Sure, there's primaries. There's going to be more coming up next year, but this is once a year. You get that November election. And it's hard to believe that we've been doing this 4 years in a row. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Last year was that big presidential election. Covered that whole thing. Rando, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, definitely like the video. All the standard cliched stuff. Share, subscribe. If anybody wants to join the channel, provide a little bit of support every month. There's also a Patreon too. Yeah, there's the super chats. There's everything. Been doing this a while now. Over 1,500 videos out there. Few good ones in there. So yeah, it'd be nice to get more going on in the channel. But we'll see what happens tonight. Okay. Spanberger. It's really a question of how high is she going to get. That's pretty much the question. Sears, she just didn't have it in her. She's got the name, win some, but I don't think it's going to work out for her this time. And Spanberger's been focused on this race. She didn't run for re-election in the House because of it. But at the same time, Sears, she already won with Glenn Youngkin statewide. It was only natural that Sears was going to run for governor. And I think if Miaris wins, if he pulls out an AG win, he's got to be the front runner for governor next time. That seems to make sense to me. Even if Jay Jones wins for AG, he's still pretty much tainted. That's kind of all he's going to be able to do. I don't think people want to get too close to him. National Dems. Yeah, if Jones is doing better than Spanberger, that would be. I don't think that's on anybody's bingo card. But again, it's in different locations. There's a big hit there for Jones. And, the lieutenant governor's race, that John Reed had some scandals of his own as well. That one kind of flew under the radar between AG and governor. But yeah, were there shy Jones voters? Probably, yeah. How many of them are going to leave the ballot blank instead of voting for Miaris? Can Miaris overcome potentially a 10-point crossover vote deficit against Spanberger? I don't know. The decision desk has called it. Let's refresh. Yeah, that is definitely called. But it's all about the margins. Okay, 3%. Let's see. Try to compare some of these results to 21. Here's Rockingham, 76% Republican. Here it was 75.4 in 21. So I'm going to guess it's a little bit too early here, but that's right around where it was in 21. 4%. I'm sure Sears has that concession speech prepared. I wonder if did Spanberger did she write one or she thinks she's got it completely in the bag. Uh, critical race theory. Yeah, 4 years ago, yeah, there were different issues that were at the forefront, and in another 2, 3, 4 years, it's going to be the same thing. I mean, the shutdown, big impact on those Nova jobs. A lot of government workers. That should help Spanberger. But of course, there's other factors as well. Inflation, it goes on and on. But usually there's backlash to the party in power. That's that's not surprising at all. New Jersey will be at the top of the hours when the polls close. So about 33, 34 minutes. All right, okay, there we go. Yep, Miaris has just eclipsed Jones. Must have got some more red vote in some of these counties. Um, some of these pollsters were, some of them, just like in every election, they're going to be way off. Everybody did not agree that it's going to be a certain margin. Some people thought it was going to be closer. Some thought it was going to be a total blowout. So that'll be fun to see. Yeah, yeah, I don't want to get too hung up on who has what percentage now and if somebody takes the lead. It all depends on where that vote is coming from. Once we start to get most of the vote in some of these counties, then we'll be comparing to 21. But the Nova counties, that's that's going to be some interesting data. Um, hmm. Passaic County, yeah, that's one to watch. How many seats will the Dems flip next year? I would say at least one, but it's going to be too tough to go beyond that. And it's going to be tough to make that prediction all the way up until election day. Polls frequently tighten up right at the end, as we kind of saw here. Didn't necessarily tighten up, but they didn't maintain the same thing they were doing the entire time. So there's movement at the end. And of course, in the AG race, that one kind of tightened depending on how you want to look at it. Miaris was ahead, then Jones looks like he could have been ahead. Yeah, I think I saw Decision Desk had called the governor's race. And yeah, this is exciting. This is this is what we all wait for all year. Finally getting the answers. And I bet the markets are, well, maybe they're going crazy, maybe not. It's close here for AG. That's kind of a dead heat, and that's with results in. So the markets, they don't know what's going to happen. They're doing the same thing we're doing, pretty much. They're just reacting to it. Um, Well, so far it does reflect what what's expected in terms of governor is going to be the bluest. We see that a 5 point lead there for Spanberger, and then AG or lieutenant governor kind of tied up, and then the reddest of the races is attorney general. That's kind of what we're expecting the final results to be. Maybe Spanberger gets it by 9, maybe 10, maybe lieutenant governor is 5 or 6, and then maybe attorney general is right around within 1 point either way. The red and blue of elections go through your veins. Yeah, that's it. There's going to be a ton of blue vote, of course, in Nova, but there could be an undervote, blank ballots for attorney general. Not a ton of them, but some. As we saw on the final polling, there were still some people undecided, and it wasn't just like 1%. So who knows what the extreme late movement is going to be there. Uh, let's see. Talking about populations between Newport News and Richmond. Probably some people from Virginia in here that can answer these specific questions. But judging by this, looks like Richmond's going to be a little bigger. Now, 7% in and 10% for lieutenant governor. So, yeah, this is a little bit inconsistent. Now Jones back in the lead. What have we got? We've got Loudon coming in. 74%. Massive, massive dump here. So what's going on here? 63 for Spanberger. 57 for Jones. That's 15 points versus 26. That's an 11-point spread. That's something. So now it's starting to get juicier. Now Loudon should be a little less blue than Fairfax. 6% in Alexandria. It's really hard to get some of these independent cities and tiny places in Virginia. Okay. Yeah, other countries have different colors for their politicians and their political parties. I mean, we're so used to the red and the blue in the US. It's hard to imagine it any other way. So let's see what happened in 21. In Loudon, it was 11% for McAuliffe. But that's still enough for a GOP win. This time it's way more than 11. Okay, this is great stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to judge the polling accuracy until it's all pretty much in, and we can see who had the best and the worst polls. 12%. I want to get that into the 30s at least. Okay, big dump here. Fairfax just came in. There's a huge boost now for Jones, but it only came in for AG and for lieutenant governor. Didn't come in here yet for governor. But you can see it is clearly bluer than Loudon. 32%. Here it is. Governor. 27. 73. 69-30. That's not that far behind. That's 39% lead here for Jones and Fairfax. And for Spanberger, that is 46 points. 46-39. That's a 7% spread. But only about a third of the vote in. So, yeah, this has got to be getting called for Spanberger soon here on New York Times. And yeah, Lieutenant Governor, slightly not as blue here. Spanberger clearly going to be the person at the top with the highest level of support. So, still got a bunch of random outstanding places. Virginia Beach, that's a place Miaris should be winning, and he is with 23% in. Let's see. What is that? Did that jolt the markets here? Looks like Jones got a bit of a bounce, but not enough though. 18%. Maybe Dave Wasserman has seen enough. Well, it's not done in terms of it being called here on New York Times. Let's see. I don't know how much campaigning. I think, yeah, Trump did not endorse Sears, right? He did that. I think he wanted to distance himself because she looked like she was doomed and he didn't want to have that loss on his resume. Um, but yeah, I mean, as I said, the scandals really are not they're not really disqualifying anymore. There's going to be a hit in the polling for a bit, but unless that's right before the election. And again, Virginia had 45 days of early voting, which I think is that you could have voted before this scandal ever even started, which is kind of nuts because it's been going on a while. But a lot of times you take a hit during a scandal, but if there's enough time left, you could come back, and this could be the case. I'm in the Midwest. That's what I can tell you, at least as of this moment. Will Spanberger beat Ralph Northam's margin of victory from 17? Um, what was his margin? Like 16%, something like that, right? It was up there. All right, what have we got? We've got more. Okay, Loudon's at 93 now. So that's a good idea of where things are going here. So it's a 28-point margin for Spanberger and 19 for Jones. 19, 28, 9% gap. And that's for pretty population heavy county. Now, how much is he going to run behind Spanberger in some of the red counties? It's going to be less people there, and they were already voting for Sears, but that matters too. Ryan Chavez, hello. It's going okay here. Getting the stream going, doing a hangout. Nice to see you. 9% black vote. Is that you're getting the is that CNN exit polling? Um, as for collaborating, I mean that's who knows. I think the channel needs to be bigger. I'll say that's kind of the short answer. I think there's been a minimal growth, so that's kind of been unexpected the past years. So I want to get to a certain level before I think about doing some other stuff. And the other thing is, I mean, I don't even know what kind of collaboration I would even want to do. I enjoy doing my own thing. So I, it's not impossible that it happens eventually, but just the right things have to line up for that to take place, and it's not where I'm at right now. Okay, NBC election exit polls. I would not think Spanberger is going to hit 60. But we're also about 16 away here from New Jersey. Let's not forget about that. That's going to be the bigger race. But this one's not close. Well, who really thought it was going to be close? Even in my best case scenario, I thought Sears would still lose. So 22% in, and more than 95 here now in Loudon. It's nice to see. Will Virginia become redder over time or keep on its blue trajectory? Well, I'm over the next like 1 or 2 decades, I assume. You know, it doesn't seem like it's gonna get a lot redder. I mean, not enough to become a red state again. That seems like it's off the table. I mean, it was just one of those more establishment Republican states, and that's kind of over with now. And then DC, a lot of defense contractors and government workers in that state. And the Dems are more friendly to that kind of thing. I mean, Republicans, of course, everybody's going to love the defense contractors, but I probably Republicans are viewed as a little bit more hostile to that constituency. Now, it doesn't mean there's not other places they could gain, but it doesn't seem like it would become a red state again. But hey, who knows? I think a lot of people who could have predicted the last 10 years in politics. That's completely, completely crazy stuff. Um, oh, maybe I was thinking of Bob McDonnell in 2009. Somebody had some big mark, or maybe it was, well, I don't know, it was probably one of them. Somebody had a nice margin, but Northam was about 9% there. Okay. So let's hope this gets wrapped up here in the next 15 so we can see New Jersey and then, of course, New York City. 24%. Let's see. I want to see counties that have most of the vote in. And a lot of these red counties don't have a ton in. And Spanberger is winning Virginia Beach, but Miaris is winning it by 10. So that's about 11 points. That's about an 11-point spread in a more centrist type of a county or independent city, I should say. 25%. See, not enough voting at these places. Got to give it a little bit more time. Okay, McDonald did win by 17. Well, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, Colorado was that was a red state. Yeah, McDonald McDonald had a that was a big excuse me win. And that was in 2009 after Obama. That was after Obama came in with a landslide in '08. Then McDonald comes back with a massive landslide a year later. It's really crazy how fickle politics can be. Things can change in a hurry. And whenever somebody wins by a convincing margin, then there's always that discussion of, is the other party doomed? Is this a new realignment? And I think you've got to give it 2 or 3 elections across different types of national environments to see which way a state is really going to move. I think at this point now, like a state like Florida, we've seen where it has pretty much gotten red across the board multiple elections. So that seems like it's here to stay. It could go back eventually, but that's kind of where we're at with Florida. That few people think that's even a purple state anymore. Yeah, Pennsylvania Supreme Court, lots on the line there. Yeah, McDonald did hit a scandal. I can't even remember all the details, but I know he did plunge. He was riding high, just like Chris Christie. Same thing. Future President Chris Christie. Then he did win re-election with 60% in 13. But these scandals can hit you at any point and totally end your career. 27% in. Uh, okay. This county right here. I don't know. We'll see what the margin is. Unless the Democrats get a really strong nominee, I don't think it'll be blue till 2040s. I'm not sure what state we're even talking about. I might think I might have missed something. Yeah, but what were the specifics with the federal corruption charge? And Spanberger, it's not called here, but I mean, she's going to win this thing, which is what everybody thought. So, want to get some more here out of Fairfax. We got a big dump earlier, and then that was it. And this doesn't necessarily have a lot of bearing on New Jersey either. I mean, they're different states, different dynamics. But so we're over an hour in here now. So again, appreciate everybody stopping by here for Election Day 25. This is the place to be. This is where the action is. Election Day headquarters. We're going to be here until we get some conclusive results, which probably would be in the next couple of hours. And hopefully have a nice community hangout because it's been a few months here since we did a stream. Who knows when the next one is going to be? But 3.5 years of political videos. Time flies. Remember just starting this thing out, and here we are. 28% in. Do I think Utah will become a swing state within a few decades? Um, with the voter registration. Yeah, that's one of the few states that Dems have actually made any gains in. Now, it's not dramatic. It's still so red that it's kind of a let's check back in maybe 8 years kind of a thing. Obviously, nothing's going to happen in the next election and the next couple, really, but it's all about the margins. I mean, if it moves 2.5 points toward the right, and then again it moves another couple of points, then you could be looking at something where it could be on the radar as a purple state in a couple of decades, but that's kind of an optimistic view for the Dems. There's many other states that are more competitive than Utah that nobody's talking about as swing states. I mean, Rhode Island, that's more of a purple state than Utah, but I'm not hearing much about that being the next purple state, even though Republicans have made gains in the voter registration, and it's not as blue maybe as it used to be. But again, these states that are already more than double digits for one party or the other, it's kind of hard to think about what's going to happen in 20 or 30 years. There's just so many variables that a lot of times a prediction that far out is you're just going to luck into it if it pans out. All right, let's see. 30, we got 1 more% in Fairfax. You think Jones is going to lose in the end? Okay, he could. AG results. I mean, yeah, the AG thing that gave Republicans something to look for on election day here. If it wasn't for that scandal, this was going to be demoralizing for the Republicans. Pretty much having three flips for the Dems here. Yeah, Salt Lake City is kind of that blue dot kind of thing, but if you look at the totality of the state, yeah, it's just people want to move there. You know, it's a desirable place, but going so far into the future, it's just so many different things can happen. I mean, if you look 20 years ago, how many people were gonna, or 10, 12 years ago, how many people were gonna say, how many of them were gonna predict what we're looking at now? The last couple of elections, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. So much is just, it's luck. I mean, I try to prevent or try to look at different scenarios to give different possible outcomes as opposed to say, here's this is much, much more likely. As Jones with a slight gain there on that dump. CNN called it for Spanberger. Okay. Did I do a stream for the Wisconsin Supreme Court race? Yes, I did. Will Missouri stay red? Probably. I mean, at least for the next foreseeable couple of elections. You go ahead 30 years, anything could happen. It doesn't seem likely, but Jones losing won't make people shut up, hopefully, about political violence. NBC predicted Spanberger winning it, okay? Uh, let's see. Let's take another glance here at the market. And now it's overwhelming that Jones is going to pull it out. That's what we've got here. Well, let's see what happens. This kind of goes back to what I say every now and again, and that is with political power, do you want to be in power or do you want to be have the momentum to get into power? Because once you get into power, it seems like it's fleeting and you're going to lose it. It just keeps going back and forth. The Dems, if the Dems sweep everything, yeah, they're going to, of course, come out and do what anybody would do and say, this is a resounding victory. This is a rejection of Trump, etc. And then the other party comes in and then they do things the other people, they do some things that are undesirable. And then the other party comes in. It just keeps going and going and going. It's like once you get into power, it's like you're probably not going to be in there too long. We're about 1 minute away from New Jersey. So buckle up for that one. 2 minutes, yep. Let's see. The gender divide. Every state becomes a swing state. Okay. Yeah, I mean, different states, it's the demographics and the voting patterns are different. It's Spanberger, it's called here on New York Times. Okay, well, we'll check back on AG, but here it is. Round two. So this is the fight between Cheryl and Chitterelli. They they both have two sets of double letters in their names, two L's for both of them, and Cheryl's got two R's and two T's. That means absolutely nothing, but that's the kind of stuff you're going to notice when you're waiting to see something pop up here. Of course, we've got the 21 results here to compare it to. We're looking at Passaic. We'll be looking at Bergen. We'll be looking at Ocean to see what the margins are, but as well as the rest of them. But we're not going to abandon Virginia here. Okay. Let's see. Is it Jason Kander? Um, okay. Joe Rogan wanted to leave Los Angeles because it was too liberal. Drive down the road to Orange County. Okay. I think he wanted to get out of the state. That's my understanding. But Cheryl Jones approve of Murphy. Okay. Any U.S. politicians attractive? Let's see. You don't have to go. Somebody'd have to narrow it down, and then I'd go from there. Cause that's nothing's gonna jump out at me. But there's probably a couple in there. It depends how high profile they are too. I mean, does anybody care if you go down to some local level or some state senator? It's getting kind of obscure. Gerald Ford, surprisingly attractive. Well, I haven't heard that one before, but hey, why not? Yeah, let's get to these results already. The shape of New Jersey, that about almost any state. It's the most densely populated state. All right, well, might as well check in here on Virginia. Okay. That first pop of the results, it's kind of a rush. Even though it doesn't really mean anything, it's always usually going to be there it is, right there, 2%. Hudson County, 40% in. What happened in 21? It was a 48-point win for Murphy. Here, it's more than 48 points. But 40% in. That could be the early vote, and then the election day vote is going to be redder, and then it's going to even up. Because yeah, if this margin held, then Chitterelli seems to be toast. But I'm assuming that's the early vote, the absentees and such. Okay, Gloucester, we've got. Yeah, this is early vote. It has to be. It's so blue. Um, Atlantic City. If we're talking about the county, let's see. 11 last time for Chitterelli. Yeah, he'd have to get that up a couple of points. But again, the Hispanic support I think is kind of the question. Where Trump seemingly made some decent gains, especially in Passaic. What's going to happen here with the governor's race? Every election is unique. 6% of the vote in. Okay, Ocean is in. Very red county in a blue state. Yeah, they might have swings down below here. Yeah, like they have here. Passaic, traditionally Dem, but highest share of Latinos in the state flipped to Trump at 24. That's what I was just talking about. Morris County, part of this county is in Cheryl's district. Okay. Yeah, this is. Do they? I think they might have this for Virginia as well. Yeah, if you go down here, and we didn't even get to this because it wasn't really that competitive. Do they have it for Attorney General? Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, they do have all this on here. Um, hmm. Yeah, we should have been looking at this. All right. I think this is probably what the markets were taking a look at also, this kind of data. But let's get back on Jersey here. All right. So again, this is probably going to be the bluest of the vote. So it's not really going to help a ton. It's going to potentially be that blue mirage type situation. I don't really get into my affiliations and such. I kind of just do my own thing. I think that's probably the easiest way to put it. Uh, well, that's good. If there's a mystery, that's good, because people always make all kinds of assumptions. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not at all right, but they think they are. But that's going to be true with anybody. Uh, I mean, it all depends on. You got to go in issue by issue is the better way for me to do it. But take a look at that audio video I have a few years ago on why both parties suck. That's it's going to give you some information. It's not going to tell you everything. Uh, yeah, look at that, 99%. Yeah, that's going to be a mistake. Probably fix that pretty soon. Uh, okay. 12% of the vote in. Wait, okay, here's another. It's going to be another, I'm assuming, non election day vote dump. But if you compare that, 74 for Cheryl, 61 back in 21. So unless you think this county swung hard toward the left and, and Cheryl's going to win by 15 points, then this is just the early vote, and we've got to see what happens. Okay, now it looks like Burlington is correct? Um, well, that's very nice to hear. That's a two-parter. You enjoy the videos and the voice is soothing. Well, glad to hear that. Um, Libertarian will win by the most amount in this election. No idea on that one. So we've also got Maine. Let's take a look at this. The ballot measure for photo ID and for some changes to absentees and ballot boxes. This is interesting because it's a little bit tighter than just voter ID. I don't know what's going to happen with that one. That might not pass, but maybe it does. How about Pennsylvania here? Look at this. 3 retention elections for the Supreme Court. 3 Democrats or 3 judges aligned with the Democrats. Or I should say justices to get it technically correct, but very little of a vote in here. But I think retention getting yes is, that seems to be what's more likely. If any of these went no, that would pretty much be a pretty big shock. California, Prop 50, that's going to be later. All right, let's get back to Jersey. 16% in. And I don't know, I bet the markets, if I don't know what they're even going to show, because this is not, this is early vote. But it's at 95 for Cheryl. But it's all about the margins, as we've discussed. Okay, 17% in. Well, I just pulled up this PA Supreme Court. I think that worked out for me. The music, that's that's a tough thing to answer. There's a range there, and there's a more complicated answer that it's not going to fit into this type of video. But you know, we're gonna move on to meditation videos. That's a suggestion. I don't know about that. Would you pay for it? How about that question? And yeah, what's it worth? That kind of a thing. Uh, okay, both of the Twin Cities. Election for mayor. Yeah, we'll get to that. Um, we'll bounce around. We'll take a look at it. But got to see what happens here first. How long is the usual live stream? Is this your first live stream? If so, I mean, I usually go till the results come in. I mean, sometimes there's a state like Alaska, and it's going to be too tough to sit here for 6 hours with nothing happening for a couple of hours. But I think even on Alaska, I did cover that. But usually till the bulk of the results comes in, and there might not be a lot of questions here. There's the more questions there are, the later we go. But we usually go for a little while. Oh, you're broke. Well, that is understandable. But if you weren't, then sounds like you'd be supportive of the meditation videos. Um, and as long as you like, share, subscribe, all that stuff, that's pretty good. Hoping we tack on another 50 or 60 super chats, you know? Let's go big, you know? I wish it kept track of, and maybe it does somewhere, the most in one live stream. I know we hit a couple of them, had a good chunk of them. Thought I was the first time you heard the voice. Some of it does depend on what you're listening on. I mean, if it's headphones, if it's speakers, I mean, there's so many different types of things. And in some videos, it's going to vary the level of soothing. First full live stream. Wow. Have you watched all the old ones? Are you all caught up? I like to know who are the super fans out there? Who's watched, you know, 90% of the videos? Maybe there's none. Fifth or sixth live stream. Okay. I'm not sure how many we've done. I think we've done, I think around 20 or something like that. It's hard to say. Maybe it's under that, who knows. But yeah, good to have you on here. You support the meditation because you're autistic. Okay, well, then I'm glad to do some small part here. And again, we're waiting for pretty much election day voting. Yeah, this says leads in the reported numbers can be misleading until the area has reported most of its votes. Uh, Inverse of 2008 based on the governor's race so far. Is that back to the 2009 race, the Bob McDonnell in Virginia, or we talking about New Jersey? That 2009 race? Started watching a few months ago. Okay, and now you're hooked. What hooked you? You looked at all the other channels and you said, "No, this is the one for me." Decision Desk has called it for Cheryl. Well, and they some interesting data on here. Looks like, let's see, let's pull it up. Yeah, that is weird. They've called it already. I don't. This is not enough here, but hey, they must have crunched the numbers. I mean, we barely got anything. What are they projecting? 54, 45? Well, we'll find out pretty soon. if it turns out to be a better night for the Dems, then it's going to be better than I expected. But I hard to get spot on any prediction. I think most people underestimated Republicans in the last election, and I think when I put out my first prediction video for these two races, that was earlier in the year, the beginning one. I said I got to put out my first one. I think I put this at Lane's, and I said that might be too generous for the Republicans because I was thinking I should put this at likely, but then again, that was coming off the 24 election when they had a lot of gains. It's going to be an open seat. Phil Murphy is done. Dems had to get through a primary. Chitterelli seemed like he was probably going to be the guy, and he was. So, so here we are. I think people are looking at that Atlas Intel poll. That showed what was that like a was that like a 2 point race or so? Something like that. I could pull it up, but it's more fun to just try to remember what it was. Okay. You love the spinner battles. Well, that's good to hear because not a ton of people watch the spinner battles. I wish they did. I wish people watched every video, but the spinners, it's nice to break up the regular content, throw in something random, something fun. And yeah, those are nice. Okay, unbiased. Yeah, well, generally, you know, there's going to be a little bit of stuff here and there depending on how you look at it. But I try to cover what's happening. That's the most fun part. The results, the elections. Trying to make this side look better or worse constantly over and over. That gets a little boring. Okay. Second spouses. I don't think I'm going to do that one because I don't even. I'd have to think who some of them even are. I try to do things that are going to be accessible for enough people and bring in enough viewers. Second spouses. It's not really that enticing. I don't think. And the regular ones already don't bring in a ton of views as it is. Um, yeah, that's what I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, Obama in eight, total blowout. 2 years later, Republicans, total blowout. Obama comes back 2 years later, 14, Republicans, great year. It on and on and on. Everybody wants to get in power, but as soon as they do, they got a target on them, and a lot of times it doesn't last. You used to be. Election times, Red Eagle depressed Ginger viewer, but no longer. But what changed? What happened? Did you just all of a sudden, after all that, you're done? Least bias political election coverage, man. Yeah, well, I do hear that a lot. There are some people who come in and say, "Whoa, there's this huge bias" or whatever. It's like, well, okay, if this is a huge bias for you, I can't imagine what you think of almost any other channel. Some people hear one thing or one sentence and they just totally run with it. They make all kinds of assumptions, and it is what it is. Blue Wave 26. Even if the Dems dominate this, who knows what's going to happen in 12 months? leading up to 24, a lot of the special election results were great for the Dems. They were overperforming. So it seemed like they're going to cruise in the actual election, but it didn't happen. I mean, there's different metrics for everybody to focus on, depending on what they want to emphasize or what they want to hope for. Jacob Fry, we'll come to that. Um, in the older videos, there's different equipment. That's a big factor in the sound, and the video is different. There's a lot of differences, but certainly behind the scenes, things are different now as opposed to the very beginning. I'd like to think the quality is better now than the first few months. Yeah, Atlas Intel gave Cheryl 49-48. Well, if hey, if they're off by 6, 7 points, they're gonna look pretty bad. Uh, well, Cheryl's lead, I don't even know what her lead really is because I think this is the early vote. I th- that's what I think. I don't think we're really getting much election day yet. The spinners are what you started with. Well, that's good. Like to have some people interested in the spinners. It's just some random silly distraction. But who doesn't enjoy that once in a while? It's good fun. Pick somebody, root for them, root against them. Sometimes there's crazy upsets. Not enough people watch them, but try to do one of those every week, every Saturday, usually. Uh, you play along. You play along with the spinner on Y maps. Okay. Okay. How do I feel about the bias political election analysis? You mean in general? I'm not sure. I mean, it's just so broad. And as for specific channels, I mean, I don't really watch. I try to just do my own thing because, it's tough to even do this in relation to other things. So I don't spend much time looking at other channels. But everybody's going to have some sort of a bias. But I mean, it matters how heavy the bias is and how much they state what it is. I mean, if you have a huge bias and you say you have none, well, that's going to be pathetic, But if you got a mix of things or you're close, maybe a little bit one way or the other, that's fine. Tom Malinowski run for Cheryl's seat. I thought I heard about that recently. Well, hey, he was already in there. And if he's not going to run against Tom Keene, then okay, he's going to have that higher name ID. Yeah, the second spouse is, I don't know. I don't think it's all that great. I even debate doing the spinners because I know a lot of people, they're not here for the spinners. They want to see some real coverage, hard data. Okay. I we again, this could be early vote. Probably. I don't know if it's all anymore, but the early vote is it's kind of skewing the results. Uh, how how old do you think I am? There's the question. A lot of these things, I keep the mystery out there because most of it's irrelevant to the coverage, and it is what it is. Okay. Hashmi called for lieutenant governor. Okay. Yeah, let's take a glance at that again. All right, yeah, what's going on here? Spanberger, still only 59% in, but okay. We got about less than a half hour here till New York City. It's going to be a big deal. Okay. Yeah, Winsome Sears. Her name didn't help her out today. New Jersey is not over. It's not over. It's pretty much just getting going, really. Yeah, I don't know why they called it either. I mean, I'm sure they've got more reasons, but it did seem like they should have given it another 15 minutes or so, see what really turns up on election day. Cheryl is likely to lose re-election. Well, that's getting so far ahead. I mean, that's I can't possibly come up with anything for 4 years from now. You subscribed for the spinner, all right? Do you watch the other stuff? Is it just the spinners, just the coin flips? Favorite type of content to make? Well, that depends on how you want to look at it because a lot of these answers are much more complicated. The spinners, the coin flips, the dice battles, that kind of stuff. Those are fun because, well, I like the suspense even when I'm making it, and they're easier to make than other videos. I don't have to prepare a bunch of data, so that's nice. So in that sense, I like those. However, there's not a lot of depth to those videos. So I do like um, I like getting into some data on some of it. I like the the shift videos, the trends. That's good stuff. There's some good data in there. There's no flashy graphics or anything, but I like to see that kind of data or the bias of the redistricting maps. I like those. I like to just put the numbers in and then see which map is the most imbalanced. That I like. That's a lot of data though. It's just there's just a lot of different factors. The deep dives are good because that I like completely covering a race, getting it into an 8 or 9-minute video, but that does take a lot of prep. It takes some time to make that set up, and the editing on some of these is that's a big deal. So there's a whole lot of different factors that go into which video is my favorite to make or more enjoyable or less enjoyable. So probably not the answer you were expecting, but that is what it is. So I do a whole mix. There's tier rankings, there's polls, there's primaries, there's some commentaries in there. There's a ton in there. 1,500 videos, and kind of stalled out here on 28% in. Here's what. Look at this, Maine, 3% in. And yeah, I thought, well, this is only 3%, but it could have been a little bit too restrictive where I could see this not passing. But we'll see what happens. Pennsylvania. Did this really not go up at all? I think it was 14% last we checked. Okay. Let's see, where was I? Beto winning 400 electoral votes. Okay. I skipped some of these comments. 30s, 40s, 24, a year older than 2024. I like that. I like the hearts there too. Yeah. AG, we just glanced at that. Looks like Jones is probably favored here to pull it off by a pretty small margin. So looks like Republicans are not going to get that consolation prize of AG here. So it's going to give Dems momentum headed into the midterms, but 28% in here. Okay. Hit the like button, yeah? Go for it. Subscribe, share. One super chat so far. That was at the beginning. That was like before I think even anything came in. Somebody out there somebody's bound to do it again. I got this streak of at least getting one for like the last 10 plus streams, I think. 29%. And this is really slowed down here. Yeah, under 2% in Virginia. That seems right. Cheryl overperforming Spanberger. Well, again, let's wait for more vote to come in. Cuomo stayed in the race as an independent. Yeah. It looked like he had it locked up in the primary. But then, like a lot of times, things changed. Mamdani had momentum. And he was able to take down Cuomo in that primary. But 2 months before that, people didn't know who Mamdani even was. So anything can happen. That super chat like it was yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said multiple times, this is where people are going to get the answers. There was all these different narratives about Republicans surging on election day or Democrats voting Republican. This Jay Jones scandal, all that stuff. And that's why I try to tell people, look at the polling, take it somewhat with a grain of salt, and then look at it at the end. In this case, who cares what was happening 2 weeks ago? Even when I put out my prediction video, I made that before I put it out. And probably like three or four more polls came out after that. And that probably would have nudged my predictions maybe 1% bluer. The polling is going to have an impact on predictions. There's no way around that. But you don't want to put all your stock into the polls. But it's going to have an effect. Yeah, Prop 50, that's probably going to be kind of a statewide margin there. 22 points, maybe. All right, well, you got to take a break. That's fine. I'll probably take a minute break myself here at some point. Yeah, I mean, it's a different electorate. I mean, Republicans could say, hey, Trump, not on the ballot. That could be a factor. But Dems will say Trump is on the ballot. Technically, he's in the White House, so there's backlash. Everybody always says there's backlash to whoever's in power. That's what it is. 30%. That's not enough. We got a little bit of a dump and then it just kind of dried up here. All right. Yeah. I mean, hey, we're keeping this stream going. Take a drink if you got to take a drink. Ah, all right. Yeah. So, well, if Trump's Hispanic gains got slashed, then this is why, yeah, it's really hard to think whatever happens in one election will happen in the next election. Whatever party benefited always says, oh, great, things are going to continue in my favor, but they might not. Hispanic vote will get more Dem. You mean broadly? Well, broadly, it seems reasonable to think that there'd be a little bit. There was such a lot of Hispanic gain in 24, way more than I think almost anybody thought. So for it to go a little bit back for the Dems, that seems completely reasonable. Now it might depend in certain states to the extent, but again, I think the shutdown is another big factor. Who knows? That could wrap up tomorrow. I think the shutdown is a big deal, especially in Virginia. I mean, Glenn Youngkin, he's reasonably popular. It's it, he's not bad, but the shutdown, I think that is a pretty good factor. It's one piece of the puzzle, at least. Well, yeah, I did put out the community poll about Mom Donnie hitting 50%. I It seemed like it was more likely a week or two ago. Now it seems less likely, but I would I would tend to think he will. But this, I'm open to some craziness here on election day because there's a three-way race, and there's been a lot behind the scenes going on. We're hopefully, or Cuomo is hoping to get that Sliwa support. He's hoping to get Republicans supporting his campaign. So who knows? Maybe some Sliwa voters are going to head into the voting booth and say, you know what? This guy's not going to win. I hate Cuomo. I hate Cuomo, but I'm going to support him over Mamdani. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, this is it's so far, yeah, Dem's looking good here. Looking really good. And it's it's not too shocking though. Again, I mean, if it was Harris at the White House and there was these results, then this would be very, very shocking. We'll see what the final results are, but um let's see. It's like Jay Jones is doing better than Glenn Youngkin did in some of these red counties. That's interesting. All right, so now it looks like probably more election day vote is going to be coming in, and that should really benefit Chitterelli. But we'll have to find out. Uh, Sliwa wins by 50. Yeah, Sliwa. He was a nominee against Adams 4 years ago, and he didn't really do anything. Spotsylvania, Spanberger 2 and Trump plus 9. Okay. If Jones were Republican, he would have lost by 20. Could be. Uh, all right. Yeah, this is why it's so hard to look at early vote numbers or party registration data or crowd size at events or campaign finance. It, it's all just it's all kind of noise in the background. And again, it's one piece to the puzzle. But on election day, that's where you're gonna actually see what happens. But I get it, before an election, both sides in any race, basically in most races, they want to have something to focus on as to why they might be able to pull out a win. All right, this says Wood is on track to win by a comfortable margin. Well, hey, and if this is what it is, then yeah, Republicans are going to feel weak about headed into the midterms, and they're going to have to regroup. We'll just remember what happened 4 years ago, right? Republicans won in Virginia, and they got close in New Jersey, and that was right after Biden. That was a year after he got in. And then Republicans did what the Dems are going to do now. They said, "Hey, we overperformed It's a rejection of the Biden administration. It's exactly what both sides do every time. Then what happened? A year later, the midterms. Republicans flipped the House, but they underperformed. They really didn't do a whole lot. Now, a lot of that is because of the abortion decision in the Supreme Court. Now, who could have predicted that? Nobody really predicted that before it happened, that that was going to have a big impact. And then it kind of did. And then Dems thought that was going to have an impact in 24, and it turns out not so much. So everybody thinks whenever they win, it's going to keep going. That this is how it goes. And I get it. I mean, psychologically, it's natural to think that. But the pendulum keeps swinging. You can go back through history. It just keeps doing it. Sometimes it takes a little longer in some places than others. But it does keep swinging. Okay. Uh, okay. Well, I think that catches us up here. And it's really stagnated. 32%. It means we're about 8 minutes away from New York City. 7 minutes. And what? Okay, we're only 70% here, Virginia. That's still a good chunk of vote out there. But yeah, this is so those final polls that show Jones ahead slightly. That looks like those are panning out. And it looks like everything is. Maybe I don't know, some people could be demoralized already. And maybe they're cutting their streams, maybe they're going to bed, maybe they've seen enough. But we're going to keep going here. We are over 2 hours in. I'm sure we'll hit 3 hours at least. And got really silent in here as well. There was a chance something broke, but I think it just completely got silent. Okay. Yeah, well, hopefully we do get this election day vote coming in now. It's an open seat here in New Jersey. Phil Murphy, 2 terms. He's done. And this is, again, this is similar to what I already said, but, do you want to get the political power or do you want to be in the position to gain the political power? Because, look, if Harris was in the White House, this could be going red. Not that it is totally not going red today, even though it was already called by decision desk. But, yeah, I mean, of course, there's no way Republicans would want to not have the White House, but in exchange, they're going to probably lose some of these down ballot races, just like the Dems. So if you get that power, you're going to start losing other races, usually. It's tricky. It's hard to thread that needle of having power and maintaining popularity. It's almost impossible now. Hard to grasp Jones winning. Yeah, it's not really. I'm not shocked because I thought it would be within 1%. So it's not like I thought he had no chance. But yeah, that goes to show you whatever the market showed a week ago, 2 weeks ago, where Jones was at 34% or whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But yeah, I'm not shocked by that. And those final polls were a couple showed Jones ahead. So I'm probably even less shocked. I probably had it at a pure coin flip. And it is 2.5 points right now. It's even a little more than I would think. So yeah, it's really tough to go against recent election results. I mean, it's tough. Before 24, of course, Biden won New Jersey super comfortably. 16, 17 points, something like that, right? And I mean, who's going to come out and say, "Hey, I've crunched the numbers. I've looked at all the data. And this time Harris is going to win it by 6% or less." Who's going to come out and say that? Nobody. 99% of people, they're not going to say. They're not really even going to get close to that. A couple people probably said, "Hey, it could maybe get down under 10." A couple people. But then after that, then it's taken for granted. I think Republicans were thinking, well, now it swung so far to the right that, well, of course, it's going to stay like that. It's going to be close to that, but not necessarily. We just saw it move that far in that direction. Why? It can't go back? It just did it. It just swung 10 points. Why can't it swing 8 points back? Is that not a thing? That's why I, at least on this channel, try to at least say, hey, anything could happen. Here's what's a potential outcome. Here's another scenario. But we've still got kind of a long way to go here in New Jersey. Yeah, Passaic is a county we're going to want to take a look at. Highest turnout since 1969, New York City. That's huge. Um, oh yeah, that should be closing right now. Let's get it up here. Oh, here's this. This looks totally defeated now if this pans out in Maine. Pennsylvania, 76%, yes, but only 20% in. Okay, so Cheryl losing a little bit of vote here, but again, where is it coming from? And let's see. Look at this ballot. This is crowded, technically. 40%. And another 2/10 gain here for Jack. 18 to 29 CNN, 75 Mamdani. That's huge. Yeah, I mean that easily could have been somebody other than Mamdani if it wasn't Cuomo, who's had so much baggage. I mean, you look at it now, it's hard to think he was a three-term governor. Yeah, just like every election, there'll be the normal reactions, and there'll be the transitions, and then new administrations and the fallout will start from that. And then there'll be new backlashes. That's where we're at. Um, this is really pretty slow here. Okay, here we go. It's slow in New Jersey, but we've got it popping up here now. 51.5. And Mamdani on the bottom here, Staten Island. That's pretty much expected, I guess. But yeah, that's a big chunk coming in. Now, how long is it going to take to get the rest? Well, yeah, that was quick, but just like Jersey, it could just take another hour to get another 10% in. Yeah, I mean he should win four of these five boroughs. I would guess that it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, it's going to be a vote for change, and then we'll see what happens. That part I'm not sure, but I would guess it's early vote. I have not really looked into that enough, but usually there's early vote that's reported first. Okay. Uh, so the other channels, are they still going, or anybody hang it up already? Um, it'd be too early to completely shut it down, I would think. Yeah, at least go another 20 minutes. But it's great to have everybody in here, whether you just got in here for 5 minutes ago or if you've been in here since the beginning, if it's your first stream or your 10th stream. It's nice to do some live community interaction. Maybe you're just here for the soothing voice. Maybe you hate the voice. Maybe you just totally hate it. Okay, Red Eagle's still going. Yeah, what's the commentary like? I wonder what it is. I mean, I could guess. I think if, at this point I should probably put out my final prediction videos like the day of the election. I mean, sometimes it's just hard to make these things and fit them in, and I got to make them 2 or 3 days early. But a lot of times, that's when the best polls come out, and that might affect your margins 1 or 2 points. But it is what it is. Let's talk elections has been back since early this year. Okay. Oh, he took a break. I can't remember what I've heard about these other channels. Sliwa's vote is somewhat disappointing. 8%. Yeah, you'd think he'd at least be in the double digits. He'd be hoping to, you know, get maybe even double that. But 8, yeah, if it's 8, that's weak for Sliwa. But he was defiant on staying in the race. He did not want to get out. He probably could have gotten out for a position in the Trump administration, but he didn't want to do it. In some sense, you gotta commend that. You gotta tip your beret to Sliwa because he's got the integrity to stick it out. Took a few months off to cope. Is that what happened? Is that what everybody does? They want one side to win so bad that if they don't win, they take their ball and go home. Is that where we're at? I mean, if even if you are pulling for one side or the other, isn't there still a fascination with what's happening? Okay, 44%. 78% in an ocean. Chitterelli would have to do better than that in ocean. He'd have to, yeah, you'd want to see him get up to 70 or so if he's gonna win that red county. But if he's underperforming, then yeah, then I tend to think the shutdown and the inflation in the Trump administration that's causing some blowback by a few points in some of these races, and that's not being accounted for in some of the polls. Okay, Cheryl with a big gain there, and I'm not sure where it was, but now we've got Passaic in 60-40, but 36%. So yeah, that talk about, hey, New Jersey, are they going to become the next red state or the purple state? And I think I always said, I think we got to see that trend continuing for another election at least. So I was not saying that at all. And now, hey, those talks probably they went away. Middlesex 67% in 64-35. Um, yeah, Somerset nothing. 36% in. How about Maine? What's the update? Okay, 20% in there. Pennsylvania, nothing new there. So this is where we're at. Um, again, appreciate everybody stopping by. Hopefully, hopefully we get some more excitement in here over the next hour. And it's not too often we're doing this. You know, again, if if the channel is still up and running next year, probably try to squeeze in some primary coverage like we did 2 years ago. Well, I mean, the political future of New Jersey, again, I mean, I can't, even with 100% in, I'm not going to say that whatever we get here, that's the future because, well, it's different than the last election. And that election was different than the election before. This election could be closer to what it usually is. And maybe 24 was an exception. That's why I want to see multiple elections in a row. It's good to see midterm election. It's good to see presidential turnout. It's good to see all the different factors. But it's hard to make a concrete assumption from one election. Even two. Two can really be they can be really different elections. At least that's how I look at it. Some people they can look at some of this data and go, okay, I can tell you what's going to happen over the next couple of elections. And hey, if they're right, they're right. I think they lucked into it. But if they're wrong, they're probably not going to want to hear about it or talk about it. But some people, when they just confidently state what is going to happen, that gets them enough of the positive feedback they're looking for. 51% in. You know, the market's never really even had this one too close. I think maybe it got down into the high 70s for Cheryl. I mean, it wasn't really ever that close, at least according to the markets. And the polling, I don't think that 99% of the polls did not have Chitterelli tied or in the lead. It was Cheryl ahead, at least by 1 point, and almost 99% of them or more. So it would be pretty nuts if Chitterelli won. Now, he did totally overperform in 21 against Murphy. That came out of nowhere. There wasn't even that much polling for whatever reason. There was like less than, seemed like less than half the polling then compared to now. Uh, as a Republican, this is a very disappointing election result. Well, but were you totally unprepared for this? I mean, these are not really red states or anything. I mean, these are kind of blue, and them seem to be motivated with Trump in and the shutdown. Uh, Now we got to wait on the final margins, but yeah, it seems like it's Dems are over expectations here by at least maybe a couple of points, but we'll see what it turns out to be. But hey, you know, it's if you were hoping Republicans were going to win this one, just like to the Dems that were hoping Harris was going to win last time. You know, if you take a hit, you take a loss, you got to make adjustments. You got to change your expectations and try to realize what you did wrong, what was within your control, what was out of your control. What can you learn from it? Because, you know, you're probably going to be humbled once you take a loss. Primal B, hey, you made it in here. in spite of that crazy commute, that's it worked out for you, hopefully. But yeah, we're in here kind of midway through the results. Nothing new here in New York, but yeah, nice to see some more recognizable names. Well, New Jersey, I can't say what the final margin is going to be. As Cheryl crosses 1 million votes. But yeah, in retrospect, it's going to look like Chitterelli. Why'd Republicans run this guy? 3 times? They can't find anybody else in the most densely populated state to run? They got to go again? I know he wasn't the nominee in 17, but he ran. Yeah, I guess Chitterelli he wasn't, he fought off the more conservative challengers in that primary. Um, yeah, I think Republicans were just hopeful that the 24 results were going to just be similar. And it was tough to, I mean, governor is different. That's different. It's not a federal office, it's an open seat. Anything could happen in a governor's race. But it was hard to think that it would be even more red than it was in 24. I mean, that was coming off Biden, and it just, and Harris, and there was a lack of popularity and enthusiasm there. Inflation was squarely being blamed on Biden, and that was it. Now it's a different story. Yeah, well, I don't know how much of a tendency they're going to have to elect Republicans if they're going to go three straight without one. That reputation's going to be changing a little. Yeah, Sears basically just won because Youngkin at the top. Yeah, with Chitterelli running again. Oh, that would be he would. I don't think he'd win a primary. I mean, again, depending on what the final results are here. If he loses by 10 points, yeah, he's gonna have to move out of the state. That's a massive regression. Yeah, this is bluer. Well, if this holds, yeah, this is clearly bluer than almost everybody expected this race. And there's usually surprises. There's not necessarily a big upset every time. There's not a whole lot of action tonight, but usually there's something that happens. It wasn't captured by the polling, and it was off most people's radar. If Jones wins by 3 or 4 points, that's pretty much off most people's radar. But that's how it goes. Okay, we've got 43% in here. How about Maine? Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty similar there. Should run for another lesser office. Yeah, the key thing there is the environment. Now, that's the key thing. A different environment, he might have had success. A different office, I don't know. He might be damaged goods. He might be tainted. But you got somebody like John James, failed Senate candidate 2 times in Michigan. He goes in the House and he pulls off a win. Now he's trying to come back for governor, but I think he's younger than Chitterelli. And Chitterelli, maybe he goes for the U.S. House. Who knows? But I don't think people dislike him that much. But like I said, oh, that the Cheryl scandal with the walking, not walking during her graduation at the Naval Academy. I said I don't think that's really going to have much weight to it, and I don't think it did here. Okay, yeah, let's. I do want to see some of these. Only 25 in here. Some of these southern counties. 'Cause that's where you think Chitterelli should. He should do better here. Still only wasn't this 37 in Bergen? Isn't that what it was like an hour ago? Uh, and that's a weak performance in Ocean. You'd think, how is he doing worse in Ocean? That anyway. Okay, yeah, 95 in there. Yeah, this is gonna switch flip the narrative of back to before the last election in 24. Back to Dems are overperforming the polls. They're more motivated. That's what it's going to be. Now, maybe that continues and it's a blue wave. It's totally on the table after this. It was always on the table, but after this, that's probably going to confirm it. But a year is a long way off. And what are the Republicans going to do to not get wiped out? Well, yeah, there's things like redrawing maps, but in terms of actual election results, they're looking at having another national type of convention, and they want to get Trump on the ballot. They want to get low propensity voters turning out, but I don't know how much that's going to happen. There's just so much. I guess, like I said, it's just whoever's in power. There's a lot to not like. The prices, inflation, and the shutdown, of course, and whichever party's in there, there's a few issues that voters are not going to like them on. If it's the Dems, there's a few issues that voters are going to especially not like about them. And with Republicans, there's a few that they're especially going to not like about them. Whoever's in there, it's going to be backlash for one reason or another. At least that's what it seems like. Hey, maybe someday we'll get somebody in office who has reasonable popularity and they maintain it. And that continues in their success in the subsequent election. Maybe. But it doesn't seem like it now. Mamdani dips under 50%. Cuomo, 41 and a half. Let's see. Mamdani's at 97 on predicted. Okay. You live across the street from California polling place. It's almost 6:30. There are still a lot of people there to vote. All right. Well, you got some first hand on the ground analysis in California. That's nice. Uh, the decision desk has called it for Mamdani. Okay. I don't. If Chitterelli kept his distance from Trump, I tend to think that's not going to have a lot of impact. I do think when during the debate, when he was asked to give Trump a grade and he said he'd give him an A, that I thought, you know, that was not good. He should have done what Cheryl did about Phil Murphy. You give your own party, the leader, you give the guy a B, you say B, you acknowledge that your own side is good, but you got to always have some room for improvement. But he went with the A. Now, is that going to have a big impact? Probably not, because Trump's in the White House again. Shutdown, inflation. There's a few other issues out there, but those are I think, the most dominant. Okay, Cheryl, it's called here. And wow, yeah, this is it's not enough information, but it's clear that you never know what to expect. I don't think it's going to be a 14-point win here for that'd be more than, yeah, Spanberger in Virginia. That is a weird picture of Cheryl. That's just like that. It's Chitterelli too. That's a they use these pictures that I've like never seen before. Okay. You voted no a few weeks ago on Prop 50. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is pretty much on the top end of what I said. Best case scenario for Spanberger, I said topping out at 11 to 12. Kind of where we're at here. After the last 2 days of polling, I would have maybe bumped it up one more to 12 to 13. So this is pretty much on the top end of what I said for Spanberger. Probably New Jersey too. Although no, New Jersey, this is yeah, it really makes you think. It's just politics is really, really tough to predict. It just is. I mean, yeah, I thought the Republican support would be underestimated a little. And again, we'll see what the final result is. But it's just almost pointless to try to come up with a final margin because it's all anything, just like in the last election. How many did anybody say, hey, New Jersey is going to be under 10 and under 8 and under 6? Probably almost zero people said that. Everybody just puts out their own guess. And as I always say, everybody's just making it up. We're all just making it up. Sometimes you're right, and sometimes you're wrong. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is, I would assume, even friendly predictions for Spanberger and Cheryl. I would think this is even above most of those. Yeah, these off-year elections, even the regular election, it's become very difficult for these predictions. What's going on here? 60% in. Nothing new. Yeah, everybody gets humbled by election results. You got to take the losses. Nobody's going to get it all right. I mean, you want to get the calls right. You want the calls right, and most people probably got the calls right. I mean, at least the winner, Cheryl winning and Spanberger winning. I don't know how many people said Sears was going to win or Chitterelli's going to win. But oh yeah, I had this poll at the top. I should probably have ended that a long time ago. But um, everybody has right predictions until they're wrong, and everybody has wrong ones until they're right. But yeah, getting the calls right, that was easy. I thought the margins though, the margins are, yeah, that's tough. But I do put out the best case scenario videos for situations like this. So I'm gonna say that Spanberger is right at the top of my best case scenario. And yeah, but the thing is, what are you gonna do? You can try to do better on your next predictions, but what are you gonna do? Everything's unique. You're gonna look at the same data. You're gonna come to a certain informed conclusion, but it just might not be right. It could be off by just a point or two. It could be off by 8 or 9. There's no way around it. There's no avoiding it. You know, it's kind of like Alan Lichtman. Remember that guy? I mean, when you get to the actual competitive elections, if you can get 2/3 of them right, that's a victory. That's huge. But nobody's going to get all of them or close to all of them right on the competitive elections. It's just not going to happen. Oh yeah, New Jersey could go back to the old margins. Absolutely. I mean, the theme here is, yeah, expect the unexpected. But also sometimes it's gonna be what you expect sometimes. But based on I bet the markets are showing Dems are gonna do better in the midterms next year. They've got to show that. They have to. But you know, if you want to win more seats down ballot, if you want to pick up some governor's races, if you want to pick up some House seats, special elections, you want to not be in power in the White House. That's kind of what it is. If you want to win those races, forfeit the presidency, forfeit, a trifecta. Then you're likely to have more success on these off-year elections, in the specials, and down ballot. But nobody wants to do that. They want the presidency. It's so valuable. But with that value comes taking a hit in the down ballot races, in the off year elections. That's at least going to be true until it's not. Yeah, candidates are a factor. That's true. It's going to be a factor to some extent. But I mean, it's also not everything at all. Well, now it looks like Jones has got it in Virginia for Attorney General. Okay, you take it off. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate that. Um, yeah, New Jersey was close in '04, and then it went off a cliff. It's all anything. Don't try to be perfect on your predictions. Try to be better than average. Above 50% for sure. Two-thirds is like great. 75%, fantastic. On the close races. Okay. Yes, next stream. I don't know when that's gonna be, but we'll see you there hopefully. Yeah, Atlas. That's what I was saying earlier. If they're off on this one, it really underscores what I've been saying the entire time. Atlas Intel, they had a couple of great elections, so everybody's looking at them. But maybe they just lucked out 2 times, and looks like that's the case. But didn't Emerson have the AG race going toward Jones? I thought they did. Maybe I got that wrong. But yeah, Atlas Intel, they're taking a huge hit just like every pollster does. You can get some right 1 or 2 in a row, but you gonna keep doing it? I don't think so. You got to look at the aggregates and then factor in other things. But again, everybody's just making it up in the end. They're making up a good portion of it. They look at the same data and then they emphasize things and disregard other things, and then they kind of just make up a good portion of it. But at the same time, that's all you can really do. Nobody has a real crystal ball here. Not even Larry Sabato. Yeah, 70% Dems at in the House. Hey, that's not that bad for the Republicans. New York Times. Yeah, let's go back here. But okay, Mamdani is over 50% right now. Okay, Iowa poll part two. Yeah, the Seltzer poll. That is one of the most legendary blunders. I mean, that's way, way up there. Worst polls ever. And it's especially coming from such a reputable pollster. This isn't some no name poll. It maybe Atlas is more of a general election pollster. Yeah, maybe. But I'm glad to see they got into these races. But hey, if they're going to be off by that much, what there's only so much you can do. What are they going to say? They're going to say, "Oh well, we'll have to crunch different numbers. We misanalyzed the electorate. We didn't account for this and for that." But what are you going to do? You can't take that and apply that to the next election because that's going to be different. Zogby, maybe the most accurate pollster. Well, I'd have to look at that. It all depends on what your sample size is. Uh, yeah, Emerson, I don't think they were too far off. Mamdani's sweep, well, not if you're counting Staten Island. He's actually ahead of Sliwa now there. Yeah, California. That's gonna be coming up. But California kind of notoriously known for its extensively slow and drawn out counting of ballots. If this was Florida Prop 50, we'd get those results in 2 seconds. Well, yeah, this will be an easy summary video to make. Yeah, Dems overperformed. Republicans way too complacent. I'm thinking they have a chance here with Trump in the White House. And all eyes on the midterms. Looks like Dems are going to be. Now, they might get complacent thinking they're just going to come in with a blue wave. Everybody gets complacent. Yeah, Seltzer, she comes back. I mean, she retired. That was like a storybook ending. A total wipeout on the pole. Then retires. I mean, you couldn't really. That writes itself, really. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people thought there was a scenario where Chitterelli pulls it out. I mean, I said that. I said there is. I think he's a little bit away from it, but if he won, I wouldn't be stunned. Well, now it looks like I'd be stunned. So yeah, crazy stuff. Hey, that's what happens. You get election results. It's if is it all going to go according to what we think is going to happen? Probably not. I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff that happened over the last 10 years. Independence overwhelmingly for the Dems. Yeah, that would be surprising. I got to see the final numbers, but um, geez, I guess the next prediction videos, I think it's going to be easy to just say, hey, well, now Dems are going to do way better. Everybody wants to take them. There's a lot of recentism. Whatever just happened, you're going to be more inclined to think is going to continue next time until it doesn't. It's hard to escape it, but that's just what it is. Well, 538, before they were dismantled, they rated all the pollsters, and I don't remember what was at the top. I'm sure I've got it somewhere, but it is crazy that we're in a world without 538. We're down to this silver bulletin. I haven't even actually looked at that lately. I'm not sure if Silver. What did Silver put out? Did he put out anything for predictions? And that's another thing. I'd like to see Alan Lichtman put out predictions like this. I mean, forget this presidential keys thing. And let's make some calls here on some regular races. Is 538? You talking about it's back or it's just a silver bulletin now? Um, let's see. Yeah, I gotta take a 1 minute break here. So be back in just a moment. Okay. Well, Here we go. Let's resume this election coverage. 70% in Jersey. Yeah, it's pretty rare you'll hear me say, no, this is totally going to happen. I usually say, yeah, this is maybe probably going to happen, but you never know. Let's see. Okay, you get rid of Brooklyn, it'd be close. Uh, oh, 50 plus one. Yeah, I actually was on there the other day, but yeah, I didn't get too far into into it. Um, let's see. What's the final results here? I mean, once one party takes a loss, it's the other party. They feel like they're yeah. They get complacent. They feel invincible. The other party feels like they can't win again. However, we constantly see that pendulum swinging. That's the theme here. It's like if you want to win a race, that means you want to not be in power. That's what it seems like. At least at the top. You know, in an alternate universe, yeah, Harris is in the White House. Republicans are steamrolling these down ballot races. Maybe. I mean, it's way, way, way more likely than this. But nobody actually would want to give up the White House. They'd say, you know what? I'd love to win a lot of these Senate governor's races and House races, but you can't give up the presidency. It's too valuable. Even if you lose everything. Look what happened under Obama. We talked about that earlier. He comes in 08. He's like a rock star. Then he totally gets wiped out. The midterms in 2010. But then he comes back and he wins re-election. It's just you can never, take one election and project that onto the next one. It's just there's just no way you can do it most of the time. And look at the Democrats in 1988 after they lost three consecutive presidential elections. It seemed like they're finished. How are they ever going to win again, right? But then Clinton comes around in 92 and things changed. And it looked like, how are the Republicans going to win after two terms of Obama? That their party was in disarray. It was just totally different dynamic. And Trump comes along. I mean, nobody can see this stuff coming. That's why I find it extremely difficult to predict what's going to happen in 10 or 20 years. But pretty tough to predict what's going to happen in a year, 1 year. That's tough. Okay, yeah, let's see. Let's just see here. We've got Texas. Look at this congressional district. I mean, there's a ton of bad ones everywhere, but I mean, look at this thing. This is, I mean, it's like, is this real? Like this has to be a mistake, right? Yeah, but this is a special election to fill the vacancy. This is the Sylvester Turner seat. I'm pretty sure. I don't. It doesn't even say it up here, but yeah, this is a deep blue seat. And for whatever reason in Texas in the special elections, if you don't hit 50%, there's a runoff. I don't get it, but hey, that's what it is. And here we go, Minnesota. 5% in. Incumbent Mayor Jacob Fry is facing a challenge here from Omar Fateh. And Fateh is possibly going to win, but the markets, actually, the markets, yeah, let's get an update here. Let's see. 97. 97 to 34. That does not total 100. But Fateh, the challenge to Jacob Fry's left, kind of put this race on the map. You know, of course, this is a blue city, blue state. So they've got their own dynamics. They're battling it out there. More progressive, more establishment. And there's also some special elections here for some vacancies. And there is a real narrow situation going on in the state legislature there. But you know, that's getting a little bit more, even more down ballot. Uh, yeah, you've drawn circles that look worse than that shape. Oof. That's rough. Yeah, that is, yeah, the current one. Yeah, that's, it looks bad when it's so close up. I mean, it's just normally you're going to see it zoomed out because this is, you know, close up Harris County, but this looks this looks awful. And like what is this? Is this is part of it? This like hair strand? This is like a strand of hair, string, something hanging. Like who is this? Do people actually live in this tiny strip, or is that just that's nuts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a wipeout. These districts. I mean, there's just I've covered it all a ton. Uh, there's it just seems like it's never going to get solved because nobody can really agree. Everybody agrees they suck, but nobody agrees on, well, what are we going to do about it? Uh, you've been hearing about the Texas House District since you live in the Houston area. Well, that's cool. I that one's right up your alley then. I don't know if you're in that district or just, you know, right next to it, but that's not getting a lot of national attention because it's just there's no chance of it flipping. I mean, that's going to be a seat for the Dems, and that's the one that Greg Abbott, he didn't schedule that special election for a while. That was he dragged it out after Sylvester Turner's death. Okay, should the Dems do a convention to push out some of these overcrowded elections? In Illinois, the Democrats had 3 to 4 seats overflowing to the point I can't focus. A convention and push out the overcrowded elections? I think you might have to rephrase that, actually. I think I'm getting like two different uh, topics out of that. The worst maps. That strip is a road. Okay, so nobody lives in that strip. That's just there to. If nobody lives in it, why is it even there? Why isn't that just in the other district so it doesn't have to have that little thing hanging? Yeah, hey, that's news to me. That strand of hair. I mean, we've all seen some bad districts. I mean, there's some bad ones in there. This is up there, though. This is up there. The big states, they've got some bad districts, most of them. Yeah, so that appreciate the hearts there. Yeah, I'm not sure the overcrowded elections in Illinois. I'm not sure what you mean there exactly. Apologies if I just not getting it. Um, yeah, I know. The redistricting is just it's just I don't know what more I could say about it. I've covered a ton of it, and it's the same stuff every time, same arguments from both sides. Uh, wow, this is almost a 5 point win here for Jones. So yeah, this is this almost makes it look like what was anybody talking about? Why would anybody think these races could be close? I mean, nobody really thought Spanberger was not going to win that easily, but who would have thought? Nobody was saying this. This is, and everybody has their models, and they look at the data and they think, here's who I think is going to turn out. Here's who turned out in the last election, and it just goes on and on. But that doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't tell you who's going to turn out and how they're going to vote. Doesn't mean you shouldn't look at any data. Obviously, you've got to look at something, or you're going to have nothing to go by. And it's tough. I mean, if you're going to look at the polling, if you're going to look at the markets, if you're going to look at data, it's tough to look at it all and then say, yeah, I'm going to go in a different direction. I'm going to dismiss all this data because I think it's going to be 5% more in that direction or 8% in that direction. I mean, it's really, really tough to do that. I mean, nobody's going to go off totally on their own. Illinois House Districts 2, 7, 8, 9. Overpacked, full of candidates. Do you think they should do a convention? Oh, okay. Is that what you're saying? Uh, I don't know. It's an interesting question. Haven't had a lot of thought about something like that. Um, I think I know a lot of states do it differently. So I would think I'd want one standard for all states, but that's just me personally. If there's a lot of candidates, I don't mind primaries. I don't mind having a ranked choice in a primary or a runoff in a primary. But yeah, I don't know how convention. Yeah, that if they want to do that, I guess they could do that. If it's their own party and their own party, then they can run it like that, I suppose. But I guess I don't have a huge opinion on that type of thing. Yeah, I mean it can be tough to choose, but yeah, I guess I mean I don't know the specific details of a convention there, but yeah, generally then at some point there's not a whole lot you could do. If you got 8 candidates, then yeah, you have a primary. If you don't have ranked choice, then eventually you're gonna just take these top two and presumably you've got to have a runoff. You can't just take the winner with 17% and then they're gonna go on to general. That I think is that's not gonna work. So take the top two runoff or do ranked choice because yeah, then you're gonna just put some focus on those two candidates because it's gonna be too tough. I mean, if you think a convention is a way to get a fair amount of exposure to a bunch of different candidates, maybe. But then maybe there's a top candidate in there, a well-funded candidate that doesn't want a convention. They go, well, I don't want to give these other candidates exposure. I want to just, you know, saturate the airwaves, and I want to win this primary with 44% of the vote. Uh, yeah, this is a sweep here. This is a wash, and if New Jersey is bigger margin than Virginia, then yeah, that's what the conventional lean of the state is. New Jersey was bluer than Virginia a little bit. Now, I guess I don't really care, but has Sears given her concession speech? Is Chitterelli? What is he doing? Is he is he still holding out, or is he? The speeches are always worthless, in my opinion. I mean, you've seen one political speech by a winner and a loser. You've seen almost all of them. I mean, it's the same lines over and over. So here's California Prop 50, less than 1 hour from some of that. So yeah, I don't know how long we're gonna go. I mean, I'd like to get some of this in. We pretty much got our answers on the main races, and it is definitely bluer than people expected by at least 3 or 4 points, maybe more than that. But it's kind of on the edge of my best case scenario for the Dems. And I think in 24 I did have Trump winning it, but that was that was kind of on the best case scenario for the Republicans. My final prediction now, and I put out a hypothetical um, before Biden dropped out. I had that hypothetical between Harris and Trump, and that's pretty much what the actual result was. Now I should have just stuck with that, but then once Harris got in and she surged and everything happened, I thought, okay, this is actually competitive, but I had Trump edging it out, and he did more than edge it out. So, yeah, I think Atlas Intel is their status is going to take a hit And then whoever was the most accurate in this election, whatever pollster, then all of a sudden everybody's going to be looking at them on the next one. And then they're probably going to be wrong too. It's just this just keeps happening over and over. Do you think Trump's statement on Cuomo helped or hurt his campaign? I tend to think these super late um, situations about who's going to back who, I tend to think that has very little impact. I remember whatever Bloomberg recently came out for Cuomo, de Blasio came out for Mamdani. I don't think anybody really cares. I mean, not much. So the Trump thing, I'm going to say that has little impact, if any. I think it's just so late in the game. I don't know who's coming out and going, oh, I heard this person said this about that person. Now I'm going to change what I'm going to do because I heard that. I think that's, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it has a ton of impact. I don't think it does. Yeah, like I said, even the Dems that thought maybe Jones could pull it out, I don't think they were going to think he's going to win it by 4 or 5 points. There's no way. I think he would have lost for sure if the same thing happened with Harris in the White House. But hey, the cycle of politics looks like it's continuing. This is really not shocking in a sense. The margins, a little bit, yeah, a little bit. It's kind of the best case scenario for the Dems. It really is. You got 24 with Trump, right? But that was truly just luck for me. Hey, that's what I said the same thing. I got it right, but it was close. I got a couple of states wrong, but okay. Polls underestimate Polls underestimate Republicans in presidential years, underestimate Dems in off years. But again, that's the kind of thing that could be true until it's not. And we've almost hit 2 million votes here. Uh, Georgia Dems flipping two state. No, no, that yeah, that is that's not even on here. Okay, yeah, wow, what that is a big margin right there. Yeah, this is why oh, and the yes, all three confirmed here, retention judges in Pennsylvania. Yeah, this is why on my governor's predictions, I mean, in a specific example, for 26 in Arizona, I have I've had Hobbs winning it. And some people say in the comments, like, that's crazy. What are you talking about? Hobbs winning it there? It's like, but now after this, I think that looks a little bit less crazy by the people that thought it was a little out there. I think this is going to make everyone's map a little bit bluer now. But I mean, it sounds like a broken record, but it just seems like a lot of what goes into people's predictions is what happened in the last election. Now people are going to have a bluer map until that's proven wrong. It's just, it's kind of exhausting in a sense. Um, but yeah, Mom Donnie hovering right around 50. Sleewood, dismal 7% here. Well, hey, it is what it is. This just tells you where the political winds are blowing right now. And it's fun to see what happens next. Um, okay. Jones won. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, Ossoff. I've had him winning that. I've had Cooper flipping North Carolina. It seems more likely now. And I mean those the midterm races that they're not even remotely heating up. I mean the primaries are still a ways away in many of these states. Candidates are undetermined. National environment. I mean, people are going to think the national environment in a year, it's just going to be what it is now. Well, maybe, maybe it's way bluer than now. Maybe it's maybe it's way redder. Anything can happen. But uh, yeah, I mean, you got to stick to the conventional wisdom. The party out of power, they're going to make some gains. Uh, Hobbs wouldn't lose anyway. She won Arizona when she was not predicted to. Yeah, okay. Well, I think the reason people think about Hobbs in Arizona is it's the same thing I've said 100 times here. You look at the last presidential results. Trump won Arizona by 5.5. Now Republicans did not win that Senate race, but they see the 5.5% for Trump statewide, and that's impressive. That's a great win. That's more than I thought. But they're thinking, well, then how can Hobbs win 2 years later if Trump won it by 5.5? And it's. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of connection between Trump winning it in 24 and what happens to Hobbs in 26. If anything, it'd be more likely Hobbs would win because the power dynamics of the White House and the party out of power tended to do better. Hobbs, kind of a she's not that popular, that's for sure. But the more moderate type of Democrat, she's not on the fringe. She's got the Republican legislature, so that type of divided government, a lot of times it works. Yeah, Peltola. I mean, that's interesting too. She won, but then she lost. Now she could win again. It's just it's endless, endless possibilities. Yeah, is New York City a flip going from Adams as an independent? That's I guess technically it is. All red likely nominee. I mean, it's too early, but all red is certainly in the mix. I don't know if he's gonna just take it, but both sides have this habit of rerunning losers. I mean, it does pay off sometimes, but just this. Here it is with Chitterelli. Like, what is this obsession with going, hey, we lost. Perfect idea. Let's run him again. Well, why? Didn't they just lose? I get it. It's a different environment. They could win in the next election, but it depends on more than just it being the same guy. I mean, all red. He took a dump to Cruz. It's not like like the O'Rourke. Same thing with O'Rourke. He lost by what, two and a half, something like that. So that is close. And then of course has to run again, and that goes nowhere. And is that all anybody can do? Is just keep running the same people over and over? I mean, it's fun to see. Just as an observer, it's amusing, and it does pay off once in a while. But you'd think that there's more that people that live in that state that might not be as damaged as somebody who just took a loss. I mean, it's like Charlie Crist is like the ultimate example, right? I mean, he's probably due to run again pretty soon. I mean, yeah, the stain of defeat apparently is very, very temporary when it comes to politics. Paxton, Jay Jones, playbook. Yeah. Let's see. Crockett going for Senate. Yeah, I have heard that. I think that'd be a wipeout for the Dems, at least in the general. Uh, yeah, or hey, maybe he runs again though. He might be thinking about it again for the Senate. Yeah, Sears. Did she did she give her speech? Did she come out and say, "Hey, we gave it our best shot. She's never gonna forget." Yada 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 yada. Yeah, the polling. I mean, the Texas poll. I mean, it's just, especially after what we see today, where the polling here was off right before the election. It's off. It's off in 24 too. I mean, it's off in a lot of elections. That a year out in Texas, how much can we really care about these polls? I mean, 7% here. Is this going to go up? Uh, well, I have to see what Glenn Youngkin does. Is he done? Is his career over? Does he try to do some kind of a Senate run? It seems like I don't know. He I don't know where he has to go from here. Uh, Three Senate Democrats. We think will do the best and the worst in the general. I mean, the primary. You're talking about the primary, or maybe you're talking about the general. Well, well, in the general, it's easy. Crockett would do the worst, and probably if Talarico got his name, once he gets his name ID all the way up to all Reds level, then he would probably be the best candidate. I don't know a ton about him, but that's the impression I get, that he would be probably the best candidate in both the general and the primary. And all red, I mean, I mean, when you lose to Cruz by that wide of a margin, I think the Dems should tell him to sit this one out. Uh, Surprising that YouGov wasn't. Hey, YouGov, yeah, I know. Hey, like I said in my prediction videos, even heavily biased pollsters, sometimes they're right. Even pollsters that have even outliers, sometimes they're right. But yeah, this is what happens. I mean, remember after 24, Dems totally demoralized. They could not believe it. Republicans almost flipped additional Senate seats. They could not believe that Trump swept the swing states, and it was a red night. They couldn't handle it. Well, this is starting to go back in the other direction. This isn't, Republicans should be glad that this is only a small number of states. This is not the midterms. If this was the midterms, yeah, Republicans seem like the Senate would be in danger in this kind of situation. They could lose. They would be losing North Carolina. They would be losing Maine. And hey, Iowa could be on the table at this point. Texas, I don't know. Maybe even Texas, but probably not so much. I mean, that's what we'd be looking at. And they'd be winning the open seat in Michigan by like 8 points. Uh, yeah, Youngkin could try to run for 28. Would be a bad pick. Yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, see, Youngkin nationally, I guess he's just okay. I don't think he fires up a lot of people. I always thought he's like inoffensive, but he's a little bit bland, I guess. Uh, yeah, the main thing. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this fail. There was just too much going on here. It was a little bit too restrictive. That was my sense of it. There's just too much happening. They should have just kept it or had these be separate issues. He thought all red ran. Yeah, all red ran against Cruz. Cornyn was MJ Hager, I think. Oh yeah, there it is. If only I looked down a little bit, I'd get the confirmation there. Uh, but yeah, that's why this. It's easy to get burnt out on politics because it's just so it's exhausting. It's a lot of the same stuff, but everybody thinks it's going to be different stuff. Yeah, I think maybe the easiest thing to do is just you put out your prediction. Yeah, you even though it's crazy putting it out 6 to 12 months in advance. Yeah, maybe 12 is too much. You're not going to know the candidates. But you put out a prediction 6 months. Things could change, but hey, put that prediction out. Maybe that's the most likely one. Because then you're not going to get all bogged down in the polling and every little thing, all the prediction markets. You put down your gut reaction of what you think is going to happen. At least that's how it seems to kind of pan out for me. Um, it it seems like the gut reaction is that it's wasn't going to be competitive. But then a bunch of stuff happens. You look at a bunch of polls and you look at the campaigns and you want to get hung up on this or that. And then you come up with this final prediction and you go, well, maybe I should just stuck with my own gut reaction instead of trying to look at the data and trying to guess who's going to do what, which group and which demographic are going to move in this direction, what the turnout's going to be, etc. Yeah, I mean, incumbency, it's less important. It's actually maybe a negative. But somebody would break that eventually. Somebody, given world events, some event could happen in the country or in the world that could provide whatever president is in there a little bit of a boost, maybe even a significant boost. Uh, Cheryl redraw See, man, New Jersey is already a pretty bad map. It's already pretty skewed for the Dems, and I don't know. I don't know what the process is like in New Jersey for mid-decade. But if this is again, this. It's like every 2 minutes I'm touching on the same topic here. But once you get back into office, once whoever gets into office, they're gonna do stuff. They're gonna try to get away with their least popular stuff right away. And if the Dems try to do that to redraw those maps, and Virginia has one of the best maps in the country. I reviewed them all. You might have seen my videos. It's the most balanced map. New Jersey is already very heavily biased for the Dems. But if they try to redraw those maps, that's going to be unpopular. But hey, that's what happens. You get in office, and then the other party is going to become more motivated, and they're going to try to come back, and they're going to be animated by stuff you're doing. So I don't know. Youngkin is more energetic than DeSantis. I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah. Oh God, I missed some of these comments. Let's see. Uh, Precinct maps on Vote Hub. Eric Adams finished in second. Wow, that's that's funny. Yeah, Hogan had some. Hogan was pretty. He had that crossover vote. Um, yeah, Cornyn, he's running again. That's for sure. Or I guess he could back out, but yeah, I don't know. What can you say? There's an overperformance for the Dems, and 24 was an overperformance for the Republicans. This is where we're at. Political excess. Hey, well, that's that's what it all is, really. Yeah, Cornyn Cornyn has some challengers here. He's got Paxton and Wesley Hunt. Let's not forget about that. I think Hunt could be the guy who emerges. as this kind of consensus compromise pick. That's what I thought a couple of months ago. I mean, hey, maybe it ends up panning out, but I think Hunt, if he makes this, if he takes it all seriously, I think he could be the nominee. Uh, okay, let's see. A big dump here in Minnesota. Half hour here from California. Why did you call the channel? That says politic, but political excess. Well, I think the channel is. There's a blog I have. It's on the. You can get to that on the channel description, and the blog. That's the name of the blog, and the blog came before the channel. So the channel was taken from the blog. So that technically answers that question. Yeah, maybe this emboldens Jasmine Crockett to jump in. I know you can never really totally underestimate anybody. I think Crockett is a weak candidate. But in the right environment, in the right circumstance, if there's scandals, if it was Ken Paxton as the Republican nominee, who can say that there's no chance Crockett could win? I get it. Some people would never want to think about it happening and they don't like it. But to say that it can never happen in a certain light, that that's not going to cut it for me. I'm open to considering these scenarios. Now, I do think Crockett is, she'd have to thread a pretty big needle to win because I do think she's not going to be a good candidate. If Marjorie Taylor Greene ran for the Senate in Georgia, I think that would be a wipeout. She's a weak candidate for a for a statewide race. Um, I don't think she probably wouldn't do as bad as maybe as Crockett, but it all depends who the other candidate is, really. But the candidates on their own, these kind of fringe candidates, uh, yeah, they do have a limited appeal. A lot of times they do. I mean, you look at Doug Mastriano, Pennsylvania. Um, he didn't do anything. He was good for the base. Dems wanted him to be the nominee. Republicans couldn't even fund the guy, and he didn't do anything. And there was kind of a thought that, hey, Mastriano, he's kind of got that Trump kind of energy. He's going to turn out voters. He's going to get new voters after what happened in 16, and didn't happen though. Mastriano didn't do anything. I mean, yeah, in Pennsylvania also, yeah, Republicans flipped that attorney general seat. That's that was a big pickup. That was a bonus pickup there. They got the Senate seat there. They got the AG race in Pennsylvania. That's another thing that it all goes back and forth. You think you're down for the count, but all you have to do is realize whoever's in power is going to do something that's unpopular. And there's a good chance if you're out of power, you're going to be knocking on the door of regaining power. Uh, let's see. Well, I mean, I think didn't Colorado Republicans make they bottomed out there, right? Didn't they make some? Yeah, I think they broke the supermajority at the legislature, so they maybe had some gains there in the last election. Ronnie Jackson, I haven't heard much about him getting in. I'm gonna think he's not gonna get in the Senate. Sherrod Brown is, yeah, I believe he is running. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Defeating the person who the J. Jones leaked texts. Okay. Uh, Instead of having separate districts, the U.S. House has seats based on how each state votes on a state level for the U.S. House. I mean, I gotta know the real specifics. It sounds good, cause yeah, I mean, it's just everybody has something they can point to that's outrageous with the map drawing. You know, Oklahoma 5-0 Republican, Massachusetts 0 Republicans in 9 seats. Uh, it's yeah, I mean everything. There's something there for everybody to hate, and I don't know what the great way to fix it is, but I try to focus on the partisan lane. That's where I start. If you've seen any videos on my redistricting maps, that's generally where I start at. Uh, I think Crockett is weaker than Green. You know probably so. That's what I would think. Hey, but everybody has their own view. It's hard to really gauge that kind of a thing. Yeah, I mean the proportional type of house seats. Yeah, it, it's probably gonna be better, but I'm still think there'd be a bunch of complaining over who is gonna have a slight advantage or whatever. Yeah, I think most people did think Jersey was going to be closer. That's fair. I think this is many elections in a row now. In 22, the Dems overperformed. In 24, Republicans overperformed. And here, Dems overperformed. It's just this. That's how it is now. But there's no shame in it. You can't predict the future. I'm not sure about the supermajority thing. That somebody could look into that. Yeah, Dems have nowhere to go but down. That's kind of what it is. Republicans almost had nowhere to go but down, and then it just uh yeah, I mean if Dems take back the Senate, this then again, then Republicans they're going to be in position to come back and take it back again, and then again and again. It's like you want to get in power, but then you've got this narrow window where you're going to be out the door soon. So when you get into power, it feels like everybody's incentivized to go nuts and do anything they can because they think they're going to lose it anyway. So you might as well just get something done. if you're going to be voted out. That's what it feels like. Uh, let's see. Bill Murphy, uninspiring, bland establishment. I don't think he was that bland. I don't think he was just some. I think uh, Josh Shapiro is more bland to me than Phil Murphy. But hey, that's. And if Murphy came in as this like progressive type of governor, I mean, with at least some of those proposals, I'm not sure exactly what happened with all those proposals, but I don't think he came in as just this run of the mill, total stock Democrat. It wasn't some totally outside the box candidate, but that's how I remember it. Fetterman, yeah, Fetterman's an interesting guy. He probably, there's it's a great guy to bring up. He's getting that Republican support. Dems don't like him anymore, but that's probably the good formula for the purple type of state like Pennsylvania. You could get some good crossover vote. And Fetterman, even though there's a lot of things he's saying against the Dems, it's not like he's just all of a sudden voting against that. I mean, this is what everybody loves: candidates that are not totally partisan, they have some independence to them. But then as soon as they do anything where they cross over on one or two issues, it's like there's a freak out over it. People from the one party love to see it on the other party. They love to see Republicans they love the Joe Mansions for when they're out of power. And then, the Dems, they love the Larry Hogan types. It's just, uh, yeah, I would think Fetterman. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to run again. That's a good question. He's got some time to think about it, but I, I don't think he'd be a weak candidate now in a primary for the Dems. Even though he's going to be much, unless who knows what he's going to do. Maybe he just starts voting against everything that the Dems like. But he's going to get a primary challenge if he runs, and that's going to be tough for him. But I got to take another 1 minute break. Be right back. Okay, so this is going to be the later portion here. We've really only got California left. That's the main thing. It's coming up in about 14 minutes. So yeah, I don't know. I want would Democrats, they're they're gonna enjoy this one. But would they give it up? I mean, for Harris being in the White House, I'm sure they would. I'm sure they'd say, "Yeah, we'll lose Virginia, we'll lose New Jersey, we'll lose some Georgia races if we could have the White House." Anybody would give it up. That's what it's all about. So yeah, it goes to show you, any candidate could win on any side. Candidates that have tons of scandals, outside the box candidates, they're going to win sometimes. Yeah, Cuomo concession. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Uh, let's see. Well, with Larry Hogan, it's not that they like him; it's that for a Republican, they like him. Like Republicans with Manchin, it's like they don't want that guy, but considering that he's going to be much closer to the center than other Democrats in other states, oh yeah, they want that. And also, well, Hogan, I mean, he did get it. He got a lot of crossover support. He won re-election there by double digits. Democrats did support him. There's going to be some support there for Hogan, certainly at least at the time he got reelected. But again, everybody, there's a lot of it's reactionary stuff going on. I remember after the 22 midterms, I believe I put out my 24 prediction. Yeah, this is a great example. After the 22 midterms, when the Dems overperformed, Republicans underperformed, I put out my 24 presidential prediction, Trump versus Biden. And I had Biden, I think, winning all seven, winning the swing states comfortably. That's what I put out. And a lot of that was influenced by what just happened because the Dems had a good performance. So it's just psychologically, it's going to be natural to think, well, of course, that's going to happen in 2 years. Why would something different happen? But of course, look what actually happened. Biden totally wiped out. And he didn't even run. And then by the end, yeah, I had Trump winning, but that goes to show you these gut reactions immediately after results, they can pretty much just be a reflection on what just happened. I mean, if you're going to fill out your Senate map right now and be heavily influenced by this, oh yeah, then this going to be a much bluer map. You're going to have John Ossoff winning by 7.5. I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, maybe you're going to have Tester come back and make a run at it, in Montana. Who knows what's going to happen? Sharice Davids. She going to potentially flip Kansas? How about that? Okay. Fetterman becomes the new Joe Lieberman. Okay. Uh, I mean, but yeah, again, if you only take the recent results and apply it to the next election, that's the same thing. That's that's the same thing that you could do right here based on the last election. And that would be the Republican overperformance. But that didn't happen. So if you just say, well, the Dems overperformed here, then they're going to do it next time, then we're going in circles. Uh, well, Biden not being the nominee, I think that's. Let me make that clear then. Yeah, I mean, I always that's why whenever I put out the predictions, which I try to do some frequency because that's what people like seeing, and it's kind of fun to go through the races. But in most of them, you hear me say, "Yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen." Um, and how about that new Ohio map in on the for the redraw in Ohio? It's like Dems didn't get a terrible map there. That the one that could have been drawn, Republicans could have did a 13-2 map, but instead they're pretty much probably going to knock off Captor in Northwest Ohio there. But a lot of stuff happening here. Yeah, Trump probably would have done a little bit better against Biden. That's I did put out the alternate history, and it was a little bit better for Trump, but not a ton. Yeah, nobody knows how the election's going to feel. I mean, I'll keep putting out predictions if I'm doing the channel, but I'm going to constantly say, I mean, I try to project ahead of what it's going to be. I try to state that, you know, that I'm not going to only go by what it is right now. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a balance, but that's what I'm going to be putting out. I mean, that'll affect the best case scenario for sure. Okay. The Biden would have better. Uh, okay, yeah. I mean, I'll probably put out a recap of this. Shouldn't be too much to say, but hit the highlights. If I get that done, nice to see you here, though. Hope you had a good stream. Um, but yeah, let's see. Let's. What else do we have here? Yeah, now it all looks crystal clear. 24 hours ago, it was all up in the air. The only thing that was like very likely was Spanberger was going to win. Everything else, who knows about the margins? Maybe Chitterelli could pull it out. Jay Jones, he's probably going to lose. But now we know, in hindsight, it is 2020. 5.5 points. I mean, even, I don't know how many other channels are out there predicting the AG race, but even on the blue channels, heavily in the tank for the Dems, did any of them have Jones winning by 5.5? I doubt that. Probably a couple said he could edge it out now, especially with those last polls from Emerson and maybe Atlas Intel. Yeah, Atlas Intel, Atlas, they probably might be one of the biggest losers. I mean, what they had Jersey at what 1 point, 2 points? Yeah, that's not even far from what I had it. But again, I don't. I mostly focus on the ratings, the exact margin. I don't really like to put that out. I try to do it on some of them just to have something out there, but at the same time, everybody was way off here. Seems like that's what we're saying in every election. 24, 22, this is off in one direction or the other. You'd like to think these pollsters can, they just, you can't get it right. What can you do? It's again like Alan Lickman. I did a whole video on Lickman last year. I did like a 12 or 13-minute video because people were asking me, what do I think about Lickman? What about Lickman? What about him? What about him? I said, well, I think for the most part, he just kind of lucked into it. Because if you have a system to predict elections, it first of all, it only matters on the close ones. And if you're only going to do presidential elections, technically only a certain small amount of them are close. And he missed several. And that's fine because you cannot have a system that's going to predict it. It's just not a thing. But he acts like he has this system that just, and he has his reasons. He's studied history. He's got it. He goes all the way back. Retroactively, it pans out. I get it. There's not, it's not totally worthless to hear what he has to say about some stuff. But having this system, it just that's not my thing. And eventually, any system is going to fail on these close elections. That's what it is. Okay. Oh yeah, New York City was close or obvious who's gonna win. Although it's actually, I think this margin here, I don't, I think this is probably actually closer than what I saw. I think some people were thinking it might be wider than this, but maybe I'm mistaken. Um, okay, you're back. Yeah, the pollsters just could not capture who was actually going to turn out. They just couldn't do it. And that's all they do. They have their models from the previous election, and they just hope that they're right. And a lot of times they're not right. A lot of times they're close, especially in the aggregate. But you don't know who's going to turn out. You don't know how they're going to vote. That's why I try to tell people just follow the elections. Don't get emotionally invested. Just have some fun. Just see what's going to happen. You might root this way or that way, but be open to different possibilities and just enjoy the ride, if nothing else. Even if it might be an undesirable outcome for you, but, you know, enjoy the ride if you can. All right, have a good night. NCL official. Uh, some Republican channels had Miaris winning by 10. Wow. I think in my best case scenario, I think I would have topped out on 3 for Miaris. That I had a hard time thinking he's gonna go above 3 points, and if he had a great night, that was where I was at. Uh, hey, if sometimes if you got to defend Biden, then you got to do it. I mean, it depends what it is, right? Everything is situational. Uh, who's gonna beat Trump but could not take on Biden in a primary? Well, I think there should have been a primary to even get that going. Even if Biden was locked in. I mean, there was Dean Phillips and Kennedy were in there, and God, it was just so weird even thinking about it. I remember seeing the surrogates and the establishment not even acknowledging them, like they were just these fringe, no name people that they didn't want to talk about. There was such an opening too to challenge Biden. Maybe he would have won. He could have easily won. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe he would have been exposed as not being up to it, like big time. And then that would have saved the Dems some hassle. But the, he should have got up there. I think Trump should have got on stage and did some debates as well. Although that probably would not have changed much either. But at least there was a primary. Yeah, so a little bit more narrow there for Mamdani, I suppose. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, Republicans, they overestimated here. They thought the Jones scandal was going to save them. They thought maybe they could take down Spanberger. I think Spanberger blew it on answering that question about Jones. However, in the end, it didn't matter. And I didn't think that was going to really hurt Spanberger anyway, because it wasn't her who did it. Uh, um, People care about issues like going to war. Yeah, they certainly do. That is an issue. That there's yeah, that people do care about plenty of different issues. Okay, California, let's do it. 0%. I hate this where it's zero. At least show me like one vote before you call it. It just makes me feel like it's not broken. Your opinion, elections and election seasons are fun and exciting, regardless if your candidate wins. Yeah, that's how it goes. A lot of people just they hate politics and hate politicians. I mean, I tend to hate it all too. But I'm interested in covering it at least at least enough on most days. But you could still hate it all or hate a lot of it and see what happens. Okay, Dorito, you're taking off. Yeah, hopefully New York's. There's the results. Well, yeah, this is what it's all about. If maybe Mamdani is popular, it's unlikely. I mean, I'd say that for almost anybody, but I don't know. He's going to try some new stuff. Maybe it works. I'm guessing there'll be at least something of note that is not popular, and that is maybe that drives all the media coverage. Who knows? You know, Eric Adams, he's a one and done mayor. Maybe maybe if he didn't blow it, he could have been reelected. Uh, Recall Mayor, Salisbury, Maryland. He won due to tickets vote splitting. Okay, wow. Is that let's see, maybe that's on decision desk. Nah, Oh well. But yeah, that's interesting. And well, hey, technically we could end the stream because look at this. It's basically all over. We got through it all. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I know. Calling it with 0% in just feels like somebody, you know, bumped into the keyboard or something. Yeah, everybody hates politicians, but then whoever gets elected, they're going to be the new ones to change everything. And they might change and make one or two things better. Probably. There's a lot of things out there. You can't wreck everything, and you can improve a couple things. But then they're also going to do some stuff people don't like. So, uh, Salisbury had 60,000 people. Okay. That race must be somewhere. It's not on anything I can see, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I mentioned I said the house odds have got to be in favor of the Dems now. It's all reactionary. What can you do? You saw this, you're gonna think the next thing is gonna be a reflection of this. Somebody said it was about 70-30. I think that's kind of where it was at like 6 months ago. Excuse me. Okay, Bernie Sanders, you're heading out. Well, yeah, that was good to see you on the stream tonight. Hopefully, you enjoyed the coverage. And as always, we'll see you on the next one, whenever that is. All right, you'd vote Sliwa or Mamdani. Well, yeah. See, Mamdani is going to be shaking it up, and the Dems they can use a shake up. You know, the super establishment stuff might not be what voters are interested in. But you know, we shall see what happens because nobody wants everything these politicians stand for. They want a few things, but I say like voters are usually they've got a mix of views. I think generally people know that, but that's not how it works when they vote. You don't. You have to vote for a politician, and usually these politicians are kind of on one side or the other. You don't get a lot of crossover views, but I think a lot of voters would prefer a buffet of different political issues. They like some from the Dems, they like some from the Republicans, but you don't really get any politicians that have a lot of crossover on their views and their positions. It would be kind of refreshing to see some candidates say, "No, here are several things I hate about the Republicans, but here's several things I like about them, and here's several things I hate about the Dems, and here's several things I like, and these are my views." And it's kind of a pure independent kind of thing, but that would be some. Salisbury mayor hasn't been called or recalled. Okay. Republican won due to Dem vote split. Now, I was that the kind of race where people saw that coming, that the vote could be split, and Republican can sneak in there, or that or nobody saw that coming, and that's a complete blindside. Okay, Sherman Mark One, have a good night. Nice to see you. Hope you had a Good time here on the stream. You did not watch the start of the debate because you didn't think Biden was good on TV debates. Saw the comments online. Uh, I actually streamed that debate, not the video part, but I streamed my reaction to it. I haven't even rewatched that. That's be an interesting thing to rewatch. But I didn't. I thought the debate. I didn't think it was as bad as everyone else did. I thought it was bad, but I guess I just thought that Biden was already. I thought that that's already kind of what he was, and I thought it was established. But I guess some people it wasn't as widely exposed until that debate. So that's why I didn't think it was a complete wipeout. I thought it was bad, but not the end of the world. But yeah, I underestimated how bad it was. Yeah, but that was a fun debate. Yeah, I know the gut reaction though on Biden is he just didn't seem up to it. He just even if you take out some of the stuttering or stammering, let's get that right. He just didn't. The voice thing, and he just didn't seem to have energy, especially compared to Trump. It just Colorado Prop 11. I That's the thing with the school lunches meals program. Okay, I figured that would have passed. It just seems that this is weird that this is a proposition at 12 million. Whatever. It just seemed like voters would have said, "Yeah, let's just use it for that." So yeah, Republicans kind of getting nothing out of this, and there's not a ton here, but yeah, that's if you go back to 21 when Biden was in there, Republicans were totally enthusiastic. They almost flipped New Jersey. Incumbent governor Phil Murphy almost lost like 3 points, and they won in Virginia. They were psyched up. There was just so much enthusiasm for the midterms, and it seemed like they were going to steamroll. They did not. Um, so yeah, I don't know how much longer we're going to go here. We did cover everything. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Um, there's really not much left here. Let's see. You want younger nominees? Well, yeah, younger than what? If they're like in their 60s, is that good enough? Uh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, yeah, Trump, the cats and dogs thing, that was one where it was like, well, Trump is finished, and then that comedian that did that joke about Puerto Rico, that was supposed to be the thing that was gonna derail Trump at the end. I mean, it seems like everybody, I mean, on both sides, has been wrong about a lot of stuff over the past 10 years in politics. Predictions, I mean, who, if you can even get to 50% on predicting stuff, on the important stuff, the big stuff, the close stuff, that's going to be take a victory lap because it's just so many people are wrong that it feels good to get one right, you know? And yeah, I mean, people have asked me, "Hey, do the long term predictions. How is it gonna, what are the maps gonna look like in 30 years or whatever?" And I go, man, what am I gonna do? I'm just making it up. I mean, yeah, I can say here's a couple things that I'm factoring into it, but I'm just making it up. I don't feel good about putting out a video where it's like I'm totally making it up. I mean, you're gonna make up some in a lot of videos, but to make up like so much of it just doesn't feel right to me. That's why I rarely do the alternate histories and putting out the hypotheticals about 28. I go, how am I going to put out a hypothetical right now? I mean, between Vance and Newsom in 28, what am I going to do? That's in 3.5 years. I mean, now it's going to be in three. But what am I going to do? I can make up anything. I could say, oh well, this will happen and Newsom will win. I could, well, this will happen and Vance will win. It's just whatever I want it to be, basically. I mean, whatever I'm going to factor in is it's just going to change. It could easily change. But I know people do want to see some of these videos, but they're tough to make. I mean, I guess maybe other channels put out videos and they don't care about making up stuff. They could just guess on all of it. And hey, if it brings in the views, then it brings in the views. But, I guess there's no shame. Some people have no shame in just full blown hypothetical making up most of it. But, it's a little bit more difficult for me. Uh, okay, you don't think Trump's mentally fit anymore? Uh, okay, let's see. New JFK. Yeah, he was young. I mean, maybe that happens. Like after Reagan and then one term of George H.W. Bush, then yeah, Dems go young and they pull in Clinton. Could happen. Um, let's see. Uh, let's see. Hypothetical election images on Google from subreddit. Okay, I don't think I've seen that. Is that just AI stuff? Uh, yeah, Obama did have a bad first debate against Romney. I mean, he Romney was he was came out. I guess he came out swinging. He was amped up, and Obama was just lackluster. I mean, back in that 2012, that was a big deal. Like Romney had the energy, Obama was just phoning it in. So that was a big deal. But, then look at that. It's another great example of how everything is fleeting. Because, yeah, if Romney won that first debate, then I think Obama, I can't even remember the other couple, but I think he that was the highlight for Romney. Then after that, Obama comes back. So yeah, just because you whatever happens one day or one week doesn't mean it's going to happen the next time. We got 50% in here. And because it's not close, it doesn't matter what's going to happen. We don't have to wait for a ton of it to come in because this is a total landslide. This is 32 points. That is more than a statewide margin. But again, depends on where this vote is. Uh, let's see. Okay, not AI. Romney. Yeah, it sounds right. The binder's full of women in the second debate. That, I always thought that was supposed to be this real bad thing, and I was like, that's that. I don't know. A lot of times these bad moments or scandals, I think, are not as bad as they're made out to be. But hey, I everybody's not me. And I guess I'm just not phased too much, or maybe I'm just jaded. I'm burnt out on all these things. Yeah, it just maybe there's just so much that's happened in the last 10 years that you think back on these moments from a while ago, and they just don't seem like they sting that much anymore. I mean, the basket of deplorables thing. To me, that's not this huge scandal. I mean, I guess maybe it was, but to me, all these things I just think are not as big of a deal. I mean, personally, not for me, and I wouldn't think they would be as big as they were for the electorate. Um, yeah, I mean, I mean, if people voted right after one debate, who knows what would happen? But yeah, once they get to see it all, but that's if they get to see it all. If we're ever going to get three debates anymore, and then if people are not already voting before any of the debates, I mean, that's other stuff that could come into play here. You could see a debate a week or less away, working for whoever won. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of recentism, just whatever happened last. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's just everybody wants to overplay things that are going to be advantageous to them and underplay things that are going to be detrimental. And Republicans on the Jay Jones thing went hard on this is like the most earth-shattering thing ever. I mean, it is bad. It is bad. This isn't nothing. But then to go all the way to the having Spanberger, like it should affect her, and she, that's they got to squeeze everything they can get. And I think the Thames would have done the same thing if it was Miaris that did it. They would have said it's totally disqualifying, yada yada yada. It's like, can we just? It's just so predictable. It's just so exaggerated. I mean, everybody is just so cynical and out for themselves. And it's just whatever. Yeah, Ugh. Gets a little frustrating sometimes here. Arnold Schwarzenegger came out of retirement to terminate the Yes campaign. Yeah, I mean, I did see him out there being against it, and did that have any effect? Probably not. I mean, these endorsements, I don't know how much this stuff matters. I mean, maybe in some situations it can matter on the margins, but overall, I mean, how much does it really matter? I mean, did Taylor Swift backing Harris, did that, if that didn't happen, would Harris have lost by a wider margin, or did that really ultimately have barely any impact, if any? I don't know. Maybe this stuff matters more than I think, or maybe it actually doesn't really matter, and people are already going to vote based on other reasons how they're going to vote. Uh, Orange County went for Harris, or Republican in the Senate. Because most split ticket counties were Trump and Dem counties. Okay. Oh yeah, I haven't really paid any attention to any of this map, really. Probably gonna be winding it down, but yeah, I am gonna be winding it down here a little, and shortly. I'm getting a little bit tired here. Don't want the quality to be affected, but reminds me, Katie Porter, she in the Orange County District, and I wonder if is she gonna be, she really gonna be in the hunt for governor, or did that interview totally sink her chances? And it's another example where I think that I don't think the video is, I think it's kind of bad, but I don't think it's like the worst thing I've ever seen. It just, that interview of Porter and that reporter. And Porter, she almost lost her House seat with her last reelection. And that was surprising to me. I thought she would have improved on her margin, but she didn't. Seemed like she would have won by like 6 or 7, but it was tight. Um, you know how Biden did for the presidential primaries from the lyric of Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah. Okay. Fourth, the fifth, the minor falls, the major lifts. Okay, you know, I some of this stuff, could be a little bit above me. Not sure. Taylor might have changed 100 votes. Okay, but at the time, I mean, we can recall this. This wasn't 20 years ago. That was a big thing. It was like, oh my God, Taylor Swift is coming out endorsing. This is huge. This is huge. She's going to inspire all these new voters. And, I mean, maybe she did. And if she didn't do that, Harris would have she would have lost Minnesota and New Hampshire, and New Jersey would have been, a tilt margin. I don't know. But that's all everybody was talking about. It's Taylor Swift and any of these celebrity endorsements. Oprah, Beyonce, whoever Harris can get, like how big that is. And I always think it doesn't matter that much. You can see it where Obama comes out in some of these races, and he's fairly popular with the Dems, and even overall not too bad. Uh, he's clearly popular with the Dems, and he has to come out. And I'm like, does this guy affecting the votes? And Trump comes out sometimes and does something for a certain candidate. I'm like, is that doing it? maybe. I mean, Trump does animate people, but he's done some endorsements and such where it didn't pan out. So who knows? Biden was fourth in Iowa, fifth in New Hampshire. Yeah, he sucked in New Hampshire. Klobuchar was ahead of him, right? And then Clyburn comes in, and then Buttigieg and Klobuchar. I think they decided to bail, and everything just lined up for Biden. That was that was what it was. You live in Orange County. I'm assuming that's what that is. Hey, okay, so you know what I'm talking about with Porter there. If you were in her district, will Trump replace Besson with Youngkin or give him another position? Maybe go for a governor. I don't think he can't run for Senate after this. It'd be a suicide mission, right? I mean, but again, who knows what happens in 2 years? Anything can happen. But it doesn't seem likely, given how blue the state's gotten over the past 15 years. Although it wasn't a total wipeout in the last election. That was also around six, I think. But Youngkin, I don't know. I don't know where he goes from here. I don't know. Is Besson is he in danger? I haven't heard about this. And Youngkin, I mean, there's got to be a desire for Youngkin. He's from Virginia and he's not unpopular. But him coming back in 29, that's you're gonna run into Terry McAuliffe territory. It could only work if the Dems were in the White House, and I bet the Dems would gladly say, "Oh, we'll take the presidency, and we're going to give up Virginia governor." There's no question. Maybe even New Jersey governor, but I don't know. Youngkin coming back in 29. It's a stretch. It's not impossible, but or even trying to run. I'm going to say he's not going to do it. I'm going to say that that's just too crazy. But and the Besson thing, that I haven't heard. I would not think that's going to happen. But Trump seems to find a place for people that he's a fan of. He got Carrie Lake in there. He got Herschel Walker in there. Um, there's more, but the interview seems part of a bad trend for Porter. Yeah, I don't know how much it's gonna hurt her. I mean, I think there's like one poll that came out, and I think there was almost like two Republicans. I think could possibly in the lead for the top two there. But yeah, I don't know how much that interview is gonna matter. I tend to think these kinds of things aren't gonna have a lot of staying power, however you want to put it. She could come back from that, but then she has that other stuff, yeah, where she was yelling at her staffer, and she's got the whatever the accusations with her ex husband or something. So yeah, there's more to it with Porter. Seems like kind of a loose cannon, but who knows? You were in Porter's district for a bit, okay, and now seemingly the map is going to be all different. Changed 100 votes. Yeah, I mean the endorsements, the celebrity endorsements definitely are who I tend to think pretty low. Political endorsements probably a little higher, and it depends on the candidate. I mean, Trump did obviously has had sway in his endorsements. It's not like an absolute power type of thing, but he's had some sway. But that's like the extreme example too. I mean, most endorsements. I mean, does anybody care that Michael Bloomberg endorsed Cuomo? Is that doing it for anybody? They were holding out to see what Bloomberg was going to do, and now they're going to actually come out for Cuomo. That has to be nobody. And I get it. It's just about establishing who's behind you, building that kind of coalition. It's not necessarily about changing a ton of votes, but still, ultimately they want the votes, and I don't know how much that's going to really move a lot of people. Virginia might be a lost cause. Youngkin is probably a Larry Hogan candidate. Popular now, but it will falter as time progresses. But I think Hogan was in a much bluer state, and he had to go even more moderate. But yeah, I don't know. Youngkin, he is younger than Hogan, but I was surprised Hogan even got in. Didn't he get in? And he got in real late, the filing deadline, and you got to give it to him. It seemed like he wasn't going to be able to win, but he definitely made it a lot closer. But then there's talk about him coming back again to challenge Wes Moore. I don't know about that one. That's kind of out there. Um, you're talking about the Biden and Clyburn in 20? Oh, I think that means that was such a pivotal moment after Clyburn, where then Klobuchar and Buttigieg dropped out and backed Biden over Bernie, and there was this coalesce. Uh, the voters, the establishment, everybody had coalesced around Biden, and that was kind of like it, because Bernie might have had a chance, and that was kind of it. Biden came back from the dead, and it's like I guess that's what they did. They did not want Bernie to get it, so they went for the tried and true, the old guy, Biden, and that was kind of just such a pivotal tipping point. Besson sounded stressed in an interview. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I got to probably gonna. It probably in 5 minutes we're gonna shut this down. That'll be 5 hours. We're gonna do the 5 hours, and then we're gonna cut it. So get your last questions in, your last super chats. We got a whole one of them today, and I tried to read as many comments as I can. Shasta County, okay, that's a funny name, by the way, for that county. Um, uh, Pick up your check from Jill Biden. Way north, San Francisco, biggest knot in R. Okay. San Francisco, there's nothing in there? Yeah. These tiny counties, it's hard to get them. Uh, Yeah, I know Bernie did not have the same enthusiasm as he did in 16. That's true. It was kind of a novel phenomenon back then, in a sense. In 16, that fresh energy, and it just kind of fizzled out. But still, I don't know what would have happened if after the Clyburn thing, if the Clyburn thing didn't happen. Bernie might have been able to just get it done in a divided primary field. And I mean, yeah, I mean, Bernie was the guy who's at least who's not considered the establishment guy. I mean, there's no other way I'm going to be able to phrase it. Um, I mean, I don't even remember the specific exact timelines, but yeah, they did endorse him, endorse Biden. Uh, Hogan approval rating 76. Yeah, Hogan's approvals were way up there. I mean, he won by what, 12 points or so? Crazy. Totally impressive. Oh, San Francisco, did it pop here while I was hovering over it? Okay. Uh, oh yeah, the Fidel Castro, I barely remember that now that you mention it, but it's hard for me to remember exactly how much of impact a line like that is going to have. Obviously, in Florida, it would have a bigger impact, but yeah, I mean, everybody's got their own perception of how things went and what everybody should have done differently. But at this point, yeah, I think that is going to conclude or wind down the stream here. The summary is Dems had a great night here. They pretty much swept everything. Big margin here. In Virginia, they got Attorney General by a comfortable margin. Lieutenant Governor. And in New Jersey, double digits as well. This was definitely an overperformance for the Dems. Pretty much the best case scenario. In New Jersey, this state is, I've told everybody, stop thinking it's going to become a purple state. And look at that, it kind of reverted back to what it was before the last election. It doesn't mean it can't go back again, as I always say, but hey, you never know what's going to happen. But the Dems here, the Dems got the job done. Uh, yeah, okay, yeah, I do think Bernie endorsing Biden was out of place. He was supposed to be the guy against Biden, but then Bernie, I think, he doesn't want to shake it up too much. He wants to shake it up, but then at the same time, he wants to cozy up a little bit. Doesn't want to be a total outcast. But yeah, I've seen that, and I think yeah, it's what it is. It's not it doesn't it fits in a sense, and it doesn't fit in with how they've presented themselves prior. They present themselves as they're not into this establishment stuff. And anyway, I don't want to get into that, but I'm going to be winding it down here. And I think this is it. So I appreciate everybody that has stopped by here for this stream. Again, like, share, subscribe, join the channel, whatever you'd like to do. And okay, hopefully we'll see you in the comments. Have a great night, everybody. Take care. We'll see you on the next one.